Hey yo 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 yo. Hey yo 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 yo. What's up? How y'all doing these days? Happy Tuesday, y'all. Today's gonna be hangout stream. I have a debate tonight against another Mormon. I don't know why they do this to themselves. You know what I mean? I mean, don't get cocky, kid. I understand, but I don't know why they do this to themselves. I just don't understand. But I'm glad they do. Still people, Unitarians coping in my comments, in the responses, in the chat. And I don't know, if you're a Unitarian and you thought, props to Metaphysics Mike for jumping on, but if you think he did well in defense of Unitarianism, it's a spiritual issue. It's not an intellectual issue at this point. So that's what I think. Insofar as some of the comments, though, I mean, it's just the cope. It's crazy. Like some of the things these people say, it's like they don't even look in. It's like they don't even care to look up what they're saying. For instance, a common one that I saw here is what is it? I'll show you. I'll show you a clip, a little segment here. Joe Berrien. I like how there's a whole cult of Berrians because that's their route to Sola Scriptura. Like, if you put Berrien in your name, you might as well write Jew, by the way. But if you put Berrien in your name, you're basically using that as a shield. You're trying to say, like, well, look, these people read in Scripture, and yet they compared to what Paul said, right? And as John put it, I don't know if you guys heard yesterday, but as the guy, Orthodox guy John, he further read Acts, and there's clearly cited a name, a very specific name. And that name is tied to the Orthodox Church, and it's tied to liturgical Trinitarian Christianity. It's tied to the Holy Tradition. You can't just write part of Acts and say, look, they read the Bible, guys. No, you can't do that, but that's all they do. This guy says in my chat, in my comments here, he says, you can't claim 2,000 years of Trinitarianism when the idea 3 in 1, which is not even not even a proper way to summarize it, didn't exist for 350 years, he says. Now, when someone pulls this on you, whether it's a Muzzy or a Unitarian who have the same level of logic, apparently, and IQ, you can point to Tertullian, who pretty concisely, not in full resolution, but pretty concisely and explicitly established language for, by the way, the already existing plurality of persons in the Godhead in the Old Testament. And Tertullian lived in the 2nd and 3rd century. So you can't let them really say stuff like that. And when you correct them, they just don't care. They don't care. And then he further says I'm a Catholic. It's like, they're insufferable. I might have someone calling in today for evolution, though. I'm going to make sure they know I'm here. So let me actually grab my Discord link and give it to him, because he said he would call in and he's going to teach us. He said this guy promised to teach you and I a college level evolution course. That's hilarious. I actually want to take one. You know what I mean? I kind of want to get like a secret camera, sign up for a community college course in evolution, and just pester the teacher with questions. Would be hilarious. Let me see. Where is it? Actually, I'll just tell him to show up. What do you say? Where is he? Where are these people? Trinitarianism is illogical. It's all the same shit. Not a single argument. I'm going to start calling people losers more. Not a single argument, loser. Loser! Loser! All right, let me see where I can find this evolution dude. Tell him I'm here. Definitely my favorite topic. Today, a little warning, they're doing work somewhere around my residence, and the electric might just shut off. So if the stream stops, you know what happened, and probably won't start it back up if that happens, but I'll see you again tonight if that happens, okay? So there you go. What else? Grant is a good sport. Who's Grant? Not good arguments, though. I was reviewing a little bit of the conversation yesterday with Mike, and some of the key points, as I predicted, were what was ecclesiology. That is the kryptonite. But let's face it, that's the kryptonite to anything, any claim to Christianity that doesn't go back to Christ, doesn't have the tradition. Like you really can't argue Christianity without a tradition. But the worst part of it, I think, for Mike was, well, there's two parts that I thought were the worst watching some of it back. One is the bishop claim. The bishop thing really messed with him a little bit, I think. And I hope he thinks about this, because if you don't really have a long-standing succession of clergy and authority in the church, the body of the church, how it's structured, how it operates, you can't really, like, how are you supposed to say that you're a part of the continued church of Christ if you say, well, your bishop is true? A heretical bishop is true. A bishop who teaches lies is a true bishop, according to the Unitarian Church. But then he said local. He said, oh, my local. I just decided locally. Okay, who checks on the local? Nobody? I mean, that was ridiculous. He also said you just have logic, and that's how you read the Bible. It's like, I just wish these people went a little further into church history, not just from a perspective of trying to prove Unitarianism, just from an objective perspective of the well-documented accounts, the practices, the writings of what church is, what church was in those early centuries. And it's just like they imagined in their head that people had access to a Bible, and they were sitting in their little huts, reading it. Like, I mean, what is that practice? That's not a practice. So, where should I start with church history? I think a really good one that's less dense is this, Religion of the Apostles. This is very digestible by Father Stephen DeYoung. If you want to get a little more crazy about it, which is even beyond some of my level of distinction, that I have to look up a lot of stuff here, is this volume by Jaroslav Pelikan, The Emergence of the Catholic Tradition. Catholic, they're using, universally there. So there's that. Steelborn, I sent you the link for the show. I called in on Discord if you want to look at it. Wreck the dude. Yeah, I'll take a look at a variety of stuff, including that. Thank you. His ecclesiology was essentially sola scriptura. Yeah, it ends up being that. He's the bishop. He's the bishop. So it's like, okay, you're the bishop. Okay, I'm the bishop. Cool, I'm the bishop. I hereby declare the Bishop of Jortlandia that the Trinitarianism is true. Oh, that was easy. I have a guy that may come on and debate you on authority or sacraments. Consider him a brother. Good, I'll be really rough on him. A profound being. Profound being, I just saw your comment on YouTube. You notice how he doesn't care if he's corrected? The dude goes, Trinitarianism started in the end of the middle to the end of the 4th century as a concept. No, it didn't. No, we didn't. No, that's a lie. I don't care if it's a lie. They don't care if it's a lie. Do you have to wait until you're this old to get that good of a beard? Well, the shape of my beard has always been good. The extra pepper, salt and pepper, you need kids for that. And you need to talk to atheists and Protestants all week for that. That'll get you. That'll get you. The best part was when he gave his definition of a bishop, but then couldn't tell us why he wasn't one. That's a funny one. I'm going to remember that, Steelborn. That just kind of came out. I didn't even think about it when I was talking. I was like, wait, why aren't you a bishop? How do you know what a false bishop is? It's the same problem with a prophet with Mormonism, I run that every time. If Christianity is true, then prophets have a standard to being a prophet. There's no way around it. It's essential. The essential aspect of Christianity and revelation is the fact that Christianity claims prophets. How can you claim a prophet without a standard? How do you claim a bishop when it's like there's no standard, Mike? So I'm going to, that was a long stream, and I'm going to capture the last maybe hour of the good moments. I won't clip them out of context or anything. I just want to consolidate it, and I'll post that separately for y'all. So the unitard was insufferable. Well, he's like that on most streams. He's very animated and high pitch, high register most of the time, and he just doesn't know. I guess he just doesn't realize he's getting kind of a beat down. Now, his tricks, his semantic stuff might work on people who are not prepared. And keep in mind, most people are not prepared to defend the Trinity in the conceptual way, in the language. It is something that gets a little technical, and that's the truth. And I'm not even one. I'm not even someone who's prepared to get into the technicalities. That's why I don't really take that route anyway. Because you know why I don't take that route? Talking about the Trinity, if it makes sense or not, is a distinct conversation from people reading the Bible anyway. So if you go into the metaphysics of the Trinity, I could use the relational argument pretty easily. The relational argument works on a Unitarian and a Muslim, and it's really simple. The relational argument goes like this: God's being is the grounding for love. Love is relational. God's being is relational. And so if you don't accept the premises and you try to reject it, what you're left with is two things. If God's love is relational still, but there's no other relations, there's no other persons, it's just God the Father alone, like they believe, just like the Muslims. He's not a father, but God alone, Allah alone, Allah. Then the standard for love for a Unitarian and a Muslim is self-love. That's what it is. That's the consequence. Self-love. Or love is a creature. So there's a dilemma there. Either God the Father, from a Unitarian position, is eternally uncreated and loving himself forever until creation, and the standard for love is self-love. If you're loving yourself, you're reflective of your Creator. Or love is a creature, in which case, what is eschatology? What is being united? What are you united with, if not God's energies? And then it gets into this thing, energy essence. Like, Orthodox has that down, and when you see people unable to navigate between person and nature, Muslims, low IQ, then you kind of see that, like, it's a paradigm problem, that they're unable to assess what's being said because their paradigm actually can't allow it. So for everyone in the chat, obviously everything comes down to a spiritual block. But if you're ever wondering and you're just so embrangled by the inability for people to grasp even a basic distinction like nature and persons, because they're interpreting everything you're saying through a very specific lens. For instance, they interpret God, the term, to mean singular. They can't get out of their head. They can't get it out of their head that God has to mean singular person. Like the way someone says the president. Like you can't have multiple presidents at the same time. It's one president, it's one guy. They think like this. So they can't really move forward with the challenge. They can't do it. And you have to be able to break that, but you need the distinctions to break it. So, and you probably need some, honestly, maybe a spiritual experience, honestly, perhaps, to break it. But they hold on tightly to it. Anyway, Steelborn, $5. Before this stream, I watched both when you and Jay's debate with T-Jump. Never wanted to bonk someone. Dude, he's the worst. He really is the worst. I have someone potentially worse than him I'm debating on Saturday. I'll be debating that here. Someone who's I think is a real sophist. So you guys might be in some pain if you watch me on Saturday. But I'll have some beers. You know what I mean? So, and I'm open to more unitards coming in hot, because you guys you really don't have much to rely on. You got no ecclesiology, you got no church structure, you got no church history. I mean, what are you relying on?
Speaking of low IQ, I just saw a shot from the debate Andrew had with Daniel. The comments were some of the old guard of MDD and were saying when the two worst people are in the room together. I wish those crusty old losers would get a life and go to liturgy.
Daniel? Hakikachu, you mean? Hakikachu! That guy's super roasted cooked. He's cooked all the way through, that one. Big time. What's going on with everything? Okay, we started a war. We kidnapped a president. Am I supposed to comment on this stuff? I don't know. Look, guys, we need McDonald's in Venezuela, okay? What are you guys talking about? Do you guys want Foot Locker or not? Ungrateful. Think about it. Amazon Prime, Chipotle, Dairy Queen, spicy hamburgers, or Maduro, Choose. Try it. Choose. I dare you. Choose. I bet you can't. Meg Bob told me the Icon Cross story made my day. Yeah, awesome, Max. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, that's the other thing, Mr. Simpage. The irony is that they say God is beyond comprehension, but they don't understand that we also hold that in regards to the essence and the nature. We're like, yeah, we agree with you, and they're like, no, he's perfectly understood as singular. Okay. Maduro pleads not guilty. Not guilty for what? For being himself? Come on, man. He's just expressing himself. Anyway, I hope the evolution guy calls in because, it would be a good change, a little bit of a change. I'm more than willing to continue interacting with Unitarians, being that tonight's debate is not against the Unitarian, even though you'd think Muslims are Unitarian. You'd think that. You'd be like, oh, if you reject the Trinity, what is it you hold to? And they kind of say it. But then you get into their actual theology, and then you realize, oh, they are what's called apeirotheists. Apeirotheists. Weird word. A-P-I-E-R-O, theists, which is the belief in actually infinite gods. Infinite. They're like, the Trinity's crazy. 3 gods that they falsely categorize, and you go, wait, hold on a second. You guys think matter itself shares eternally uncreated properties with God forever. And matter can be divided infinitely, so what the hell are you talking about, Mormons? What are you even talking about? Trevor says, is God singular and not singular? Yeah, I would use the term he is unity and multiplicity, not either or. But that's the thing is when people try to assess the Trinity from their thinking, it makes sense that in the temporal, we're locked into either or. Even though reality itself is made up, is reflective of unity and multiplicity. That's one of the arguments against like sort of nominalism and all this stuff is that you have a multiplicity of aspects of reality and parts of reality that are unified. And you're like, how is it they're unified? And they're like, it just is. You're like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, for instance, we have minds. There's an external world. And then there's a conceptual world that allows us to investigate and talk about the external world. The conceptual world is not identical to the external world, and the conceptual world's not totally identical to our singular mind. And yet, it's unified in the way we operate. It's not separated. We all participate in that sort of mini triad. But that doesn't make any sense if everything's a bunch of unrelated particulars. That doesn't make any sense. But the ordinary person operates in reality and makes sets of things. Like they take they'll look at a box and be like, that's a box. That's in a category of a box. The box is not the sunglasses. This is not that. That's one thing. That's several things. That's one person over there. They start counting, right? It's like a counting system. But if you approach God from the perspective of that he is exactly creation, how could you possibly understand or even open yourself up to an avenue to understanding the Trinity if you've already decided that what you're about to assess is identical to how we assess matter? That doesn't make any that doesn't even make sense from a Unitarian position if you were a Unitarian. And yet, at the same time, they say God is incomprehensible. Those damn Trinitarians trying to make sense of God. It's like, no, actually, the Trinity is is basically a perfect conception of something that's outside of the bounds of our normal use of logic, and trying to assess things based on like their parts or their composites of things or their collection of things. That's how we understand the creation. It doesn't make sense. It makes total sense that God, his very being, would be supra logical, that it would be above the understanding of creation. How could anyone, I don't know, if someone counters that, they're basically saying God, to be understood, to be real, must be in the category of understanding created things. Well, that's not God then. You're talking about a creature then. Just ask unitards, who did Moses and Jacob see? Christ said, no one has seen the Father, however they saw God. Yeah, that it just breaks apart. Well, they would say like, well, he saw a mini God. Then they go to the, like, you know what I mean, Stillborn. They have like a logical tree that just goes in a circle. Like if you say God and pin them on, well, all that was created was through Christ. How could Christ be created if everything that was created was through him? They go, well, no, created means, they'll just go into like proprietary definitions of things. That's why it's spiritual, dude. That's why at some point the debating from the intellectual perspective can be very fruitless if you're dealing with a spiritual issue in the end. That's what I think. Still fun though. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Now Ming? Yao Ming? All right. Yeah, I don't have much to say about the whole Maduro thing. I think the government does things, and we don't really have much to get in the way of that. And we also don't know all the moves on the table. I think it's all about McDonald's. That's my take. That's why I didn't go viral yet. It's about McDonald's. It's about McDonald's. It's about Planet Fitness. Okay? It's about Nike. It's about Amazon Prime. It's about delivering fruit snacks to your house within 6 hours. Okay? You got your Maduro news from Osman. You're good. That's funny, Osman. I'm working on a little thing about him. I'm really planning on break on through to the other side. What else? Thoughts on the Somalis? I don't like them. I don't like Muslims. I don't like Somalians. I don't like Indians. I don't want to see them in my town. Venezuela had the last grape cereal. Yeah, it's over now. Now it's all the big names. Cocoa Pebbles, Cocoa Krispies, Captain Crunch. I like soggy Golden Grams. That's what I like. I like soggy Golden Grams. The salamis. Damn salamis. I don't even like looking at anybody who looks different anymore to me. I just went to like, I got some like really questionable pants from like a thrift shop near my house. And I went in there, it was just like, it's pretty depressing. The kind of culture in there. It's not like I didn't belong there. It was just depressing. But I saw like two Muslim women not even trying to speak English and clearly using their free government cards to buy clothing. And I was just like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? At least look like we could put you in a McDonald's commercial. You know what I mean? Just try. Not that you could ever do it. I mean, I would never accept you anyway. So, Snaggleby says for $5, the theophanies in the Old Testament are horrendously bad for the Unitarian position. Multiple attributes of God are assigned to the angel of the Lord. Yeah, they just reinterpret angel. Yeah, why not interpret the Lord then in a different way? I mean, that's kind of what they do. In the end, you can go in circles doing metaphysics with these people. That's why I made it very clear. If you guys want a real, not that you need it, but Metaphysics Mike isn't a big influencer, but he could be eventually. I don't know. Who knows? But Unitarians, the proper attack is, I think, is ecclesiology. I think that's the best attack. Like you can get sucked into this stuff, especially if you're like a nerd. Like the fact that I don't know a lot of super technical distinctions from early that transition between Neoplatonic philosophy and all these Greek distinctions, right? Jay is really good at that stuff. A lot of people are really good at that stuff. Well, maybe not a lot of people, but not me. But it's almost like a benefit to me. You know why? Because I'm just ignorant enough to not chase red herrings. You know what I mean? That's the disadvantage of knowing a lot of things. And you see it all the time. I see it during debates all the time with people way smarter than me. Is because they know the truth of the word and the distinction, if it's presented to them, they'll actually take the time to correct it, even though it's a smelly fish. And I think that's how some of these people get away with what they do. They're not debating dumb enough people. And I'm just dumb enough, but I'm just smart enough too. I'm right in the sweet spot. That's what I think. At least that's what I'm telling myself. It also allows me to not learn anymore, if I say that. So, but I remember talking to Father Deacon Ananias about this, how it is an advantage to be sort of novice, a little bit novice in logic and philosophy, because if you attack core elements, the simple attack on core elements done well is absolutely fatal. And what I mean by that is, like, if you attack the pillars of people's starting points, you don't attack the platform that they built. You could do that, rip their planks out or whatever, show the beams. I'm saying that the beams into the ground, you just start chopping away at that, and you don't need a lot of information to do that. You don't need deep historical knowledge. You don't need to know every minute documented at the Fourth Ecumenical Council. Helps a lot, but you don't need it when you go after their foundational beams. You just kick them over. You'd like to see me take on Bryson Gray? I don't think I could do that without violating TOS. I mean, that guy really, he seems like a nice kid. I like to call him a kid. He's just a real dummy. Just a real dummy. Yahweh rained on Sodom and Gomorrah, brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of heaven, Genesis. Yeah. I lit my fire under me, getting you guys your past due avatars. Thank you for your patience. Did about 5 yesterday, sent them to you guys. So I'll keep on that. Don't worry about it. Seems really arrogant. Yeah, I'm arrogant too. But he is. He's arrogant, but he doesn't. It's like, if you're arrogant, have a couple of good arguments, a couple of good angles, a couple of good takedowns under your belt. At least to earn your arrogance. He didn't earn his arrogance. He's like, I can rap. You're like, yeah, but so can Kid Rock. You know what I mean? Who cares if you can rap? No one cares. We don't even like that culture that much. Even though there's some rap that I just like, Like, I wish it didn't make me move, but it does. Okay, it just did. It did that to me. Let me see what this guy says after I corrected him. These people. You see this? Profound Bean, are you seeing this? Just moves over to a new claim. Let's see what he has for me, this guy. I have to deal with my Unitarians in the comments because not many of them actually are willing to talk. Question. Was the church at Corinth a true church? If your answer is yes, then they had the capacity to stray. See, they still don't understand. There are groups of people that make up a church. A group of people that's in a church can start to stray. That's where we declare heresies. For instance, if you're not in the church, ultimately, you might hold a heretical position. You might have like a position, but the term itself is referring to diversions, movements away within the church. So it's like they just keep getting this wrong. They just keep talking in plurality. So even the question, was the church at Corinth, right? Because there's letters of correction to Corinth, right? They're being corrected. So the act of correction of a church, yeah, you correct the church. He's like, no. If they could be led astray, then they're not the. No, dude. That's like saying, like, am I in the church? Yes, I'm baptized. I'm folded into the church with my family. Can I be led astray? Yes. Does that mean the church doesn't exist? I mean, it's just insane. Thank you. It's wild. The entire critique is they need a plurality of churches. That's what I'm seeing. Is like it's you can see people's presuppositions in their questions. It's wild. It makes me crazy. Question for my ortho bros. Do you still use the name Yahweh? Not really, no. I mean, the truthers really took that one. Yahweh. Blessed nativity to you. Thank you. You as well, Josiah. Eliron. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, we got the based Christmas, right? Thank you so much. Over 2,000 years of debates, yeah. And they're still saying the stupid, same dumb stuff over and over again. Anyway, I wish there was more comments. Remember the Yahweh breathing thing? Yeah, that was funny. Girls Gone Bible? You guys dare me to subject you guys to Girls Gone Bible? You dare me? They equivocate between church and capital church, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, they can't even tell me where the church was, where the true church was at that time anyway. So it's funny that they look at the New Testament and they look at these letters and they look at these corrections being made and they look at actual scripture that holds to bishops and deacons and priests and gives them clarification on you know, what's required. But then they don't go like, well, no, there's not an active way that these people participate in the church. Like Mike was saying, well, the scriptures that tell us that you ought be, and you're not a drunkard and these kinds of things that are listed. He's like, that's the qualification. Like, that's it. It's not that you have proper theology. It's not that you that you're ordained. It's not that anything else is the case. You're just like a nice guy. It's like the nice guy bishop program. I mean, I should have asked him. Someone mentioned this. I should have asked him if an atheist could be a true bishop. Because if an atheist, can be not a drunkard and have his family in order and all this stuff, everything he listed, I mean, from a Unitarian position, surely an atheist could be a true bishop. Doesn't have to actually believe anything. If you read the Legacy Standard Bible, he's tagging him. They use Yahweh, which is accurate. Yeah, it's just not like it's a cultural thing, I think, mostly, not a theological thing. UU churches have pagans and atheists. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. I'm still asking about the true church today. Like, where is the unified Unitarian church, the true church, right? Nowhere. In your head. It's in your head. It's all in your head. I should have asked Mike if Jesse Lee Peterson is a true bishop or something, authorized bishop. I wonder where he would have gone with that one. Oh, Vagine, thank you for sending me the money that would normally keep your family alive in India. Appreciate that. That's a double win for me. Where's the Unitarian Patriarch? Yeah, where are they? I'm going to just call Mike the Unitarian Bishop. I'm going to just start referring to him as the Unitarian Bishop. And he's going to have to, live into the name. He's going to have to live into it. Deal with it. Antiochian Ezekiel says, since we use the Septuagint, which uses Lord instead of Yahweh, it makes more sense that we just use God. Yeah, that makes sense. Except for the truthers. They don't like that. They're like, listen, Jesus, the word Jesus didn't even exist. There wasn't even a J. There wasn't even a J. It's not even a J sound. Obviously, Jesus wasn't God. There wasn't a J. Who's this creeper? Huh. This guy's really questionable. Who is this? Robert Sapolsky? I've never confirmed this, but do they believe it took a physical sexual act between Elohim and Mary to create Jesus? Yes, the Mormons, yes. They believe God the Father actually had a body and had sex with Mary. Those Mormons. Woo! They're a real treat. Bryce Crawford interviewed Tucky? No. Forget Sapolsky. Tucker Carlson. Bryce. Yes. Gold. Thank you so much for that one. I'm pumped. Tucky.
Pornography more than.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
And
look at dude, he's got a waffle shirt, dude. What a sicko. What a sick pup. Do pray the Jesus prayer with a prayer rope? No, I don't have a prayer rope. Stillborn, $5. Yeah, the people who say that saying God is actually Satan because of some stupid linguistic thing. Yeah, but they're truthers, Stillborn, and you're not. They have folders. They have downloads. They have entire drives full of information that you don't. So they've done the research. What have you done? Where were you 9/11 anyway?
I think podcasts always do where are you from? And they spend 30 minutes getting like a backstory, on someone. But I got a lot of interesting thoughts I want to get into with you. So if you could, condense, how did you become a Christian? You're obviously a Christian.
Enjoyed the debate, and Mike's crew showing up in chat was fun. The Cine one.
It was fun.
You from? What was that upbringing
Well,
like?
bankruptcy, it happened slowly and then all at once. I grew up I'm a baptized Christian. I grew up in a specific religious faith, Protestant, mainline establishment Protestant faith.
Boo!
Yeah, that doesn't really exist anymore. The buildings still stand, but there's no Christianity inside most of them. Some, but not most.
Tucky. Christ told us that his church would never fail. It would never not exist, bro. Come to Orthodox, Tucky. Come on, Tucky.
Yeah. And I married a very sincere Christian woman, daughter of a minister. And that's one of the reasons I loved her and married her, because she's so grounded in Jesus. But, had a bunch of kids and traveled a lot and constantly for, about 30 years. And had religious faith, said my prayers, but it wasn't as present in my moment.
Not to do psychologizing and whatnot, but I can't help but be a little bit of a interpreter of how he is, Tucky. And I love Tucky, but this does not read as a guy who's clear and certain about the status of his faith. I wouldn't say faith. Let's not do that. The status of the body he's a part of. He might be certain, he might be very clear in his faith and whatever that means to him. But when you ask a question like this to someone, I'm starting to see a theme here. The weak spot for people in their faith isn't just perhaps false doctrine or bad Christology, which is included, but it really is ecclesiology, isn't it? When it really comes down to it, it's really about their ecclesiology. He's not enriched in a body he identifies as the church. His church is like in his head, like, oh, I have my wife's helps me understand this, and I believe in all of this, and I have the upbringing, and I have the background. But the question about your church, I'm not saying you have to be lit up about it. I'm not saying you jump for joy or anything. It's just that it's like uncertain. It's like kind of nebulous, isn't it?
Moment-to-moment life, as it became maybe 4 years ago, when I just saw the world moving in directions that I couldn't understand at all, because they didn't conform to the template that I had devised over 30 years of watching, which is, this is a political struggle between various groups, each want to share the pie, and they argue about how to get it. And so all of a sudden I started seeing things that could not be accounted for rationally. And specifically, I saw people destroying things for the sake of destroying them. And Black Lives Matter really had a huge effect on me, because it had nothing to do with helping black people. It had nothing to do with helping anybody, actually. It really was just an orgy of violence and fire and murder. And in the end, of course, it didn't help black people, didn't help white people, didn't help any people at all.
Yeah.
And yet everyone in our leadership class was so enthusiastic about it. And I was like, if you said, we're going to pay reparations to black people and we're going to, shovel $1 trillion to black people or something, I'd be opposed to it. But at least it would make a kind of sense. This made no sense. So it got me thinking, okay, what is this? And I concluded, and I even more strongly believe now, that it's just a manifestation of evil, and that evil destroys for the sake of destruction. The point of evil, the evil one, we're told to ask God to be protected from in the Lord's Prayer. His whole job is to destroy, including the people through whom, his power flows. So that just, wow, I kind of came to it in photographic negative, in reverse. Like, if there's evil and it's real, it's alive, it's acting in the world through people I know, who, by the way, are not necessarily bad people or weren't when I knew them.
Yeah.
Then clearly God is at work too. And then I felt that as well. But really the pivotal thing for me was I decided to read the Bible.
Yeah.
And I've been a daily reader my whole life because I grew up that way, and I don't really like video or watching things. I like reading. So I've read all my life, and I decided I'm going to just read the Bible this year. That's all I'm going to read. That's the only book I'm going to read. So I read it from Genesis to Revelation, and then I loved it. I just loved it. I thought it was like the greatest thing I ever read on many levels.
Yeah.
But of course, primarily spiritual, but also I'm interested in history. I mean, the whole thing was unbelievable. It was amazing. And by this point, beg your pardon, I didn't trust any preachers.
Yeah.
Still having a little trouble with that.
Yeah.
See? You see what I'm saying here? Now, I don't want to like virtue signal or anything here, but if your Christian faith is detached from the body itself, right? Look at that poor look in Tucky. Pray for Tucky. There's a disconnect. It's like not having the family. It's actually not having the body. It's like you're a floating head. And you're like, I have everything in my head right now, but I don't have my body. That's kind of how he's talking. That's actually how it looks. That's the right look right there, Tucky, for what you're going through. I feel for you. It's an isolated faith. It's an isolated journey. I read the Bible. I'm going to just do this, see what I can do. But I can't really trust preachers, right? Yeah, you can't. Now, why is that, Tucky? Is it only because preachers, the ones that you're interacting with or seeing in modernity, are doing like, all sorts of like weird pseudo promotion stuff, self-help stuff, gay stuff, modern stuff? Yeah, that's part of it. But I wonder if Tucky ever considered that the reason why he can't really trust preachers or take modern, what he considers a preacher seriously is because it's completely it was already gone, dude. It was already gone away from the truth. Before you were born, Tucky. Before you were born, Tucky, you never had a good reason, by the way. You never had a good reason, Tucky, to trust the people who are telling you that they are the non-authorized authority. They admit it. There is no standard authority. They admit it. So, you know what I mean? At least the good thing is that he seemingly is in the impact of it. Theology alone in my head with no body.
And so I wasn't in a Bible study or anything like that. I just read it alone in my kitchen every morning. I get up early and I read it with my dogs. And I've continued doing that
My dog started barking in tongues. Shatalabiki-oki. That's the weirdest thing you've ever seen. I've never seen a golden retriever actually speak in tongues. Started rolling around on the floor.
For 4 years now. And I'm just basically just cycle through the New Testament. I'm not an expert. I'm hardly a theologian. I'm actually sort of I'm uncomfortable with a lot of theology because I watch it in the political sphere and I see that it's used to mislead people. And I'm very upset about that.
Yeah.
And so I just want to stay out of any of that.
Gosh, this is like a struggle. Isn't this what the kids call a struggle session? It's just so significant and serious. That's why Bryce, he's such a... I don't want to go after Bryce. I'm trying to give him a little bit of rope here. It's just annoying. It's just so processy. It's just like those other podcasts with George Janko. Everything's so emotional. It's like, what is this, therapy with a 17-year-old kid? What are we doing here? Anyway, Myron Chuck, $20. Thank you. My hope is the Father, my refuge, the Son, my shelter. This is the Holy Spirit. Glory to be the Holy Trinity. God bless you. Satan's also uncomfortable with theology.
I just want to focus on who is Jesus? What does it mean to know God through Jesus? How do you become more like Jesus? How do you pray? Just like the basic...
You should probably ask another question, Tucky. You should probably ask the question of what is the church? I mean, you just got done completely annihilating Ted Cruz, saying that Israel is not the true church, the state. So therefore there is a true church. So it's like, what is it? It's like an actually important question, don't you think? It's amazing.
Dumb questions, which reflect my basic dumb personality. I just want to know the basics. That's it. But I'm just really getting a lot out of it. And the last thing I'll say is one of the reasons that I've been very turned off by public displays of Christianity, like extremely turned off.
I'm mostly turned off by that too. That's why I'm really happy Not that it's dictated by my preferences. It just happens to be the case that I like the fact that you don't see Orthodox clergy, priests, deacons out doing man on the street kind of, yapping people down. I like that. Now, there is one of the weaker aspects, at least because of modernity. It's not a weakness of the church itself. It's just that in contrast to modernity and marketing and Starbucks and all these things that other places use who call themselves churches, Orthodox doesn't have it. But I agree with them that the public piety signal, like the demonstrations, like I'm doing a theological demonstration is to me is off-putting.
Don't even want to be in the same room as that stuff. Is because I have a lifelong hatred of self-righteousness. While at the same time, of course, I believe in righteousness and I would like to be more righteous myself. And I think our country needs more righteousness.
Yeah.
But self-righteousness is repulsive.
Nala, yeah, the other chick is trolling. All the porn chicks are trolling Christianity now. That's like Satan at work, dude. Not that I look at a baptism wherever Nala and these other people go as some sort of like, that's not, because it's not, look, if it wasn't a porn star, I'd still say it wasn't real. I'm like, that's not a legit baptism. But everyone's a little more mad of who these people are. But the thing is, like, they're really not doing anything different anyway. And I think they're mostly trolling. I think it's trying to take the piss out of and taking the authority and taking the structure out. It's trying to showcase that there is no real structure or authority to these things. It's making a mockery. I think that's purposeful. Whether they intentionally do it, I think that's what the satanic element of it is, that it's like an inversion that cheapens everything about it. It's about looking at it and going, no biggie. Anyone can do that. There's nothing to it. You could just be one thing one day, the next thing the next hour. Okay, there you go. No repentance, no guidance, no keep silent, no go away to a retreat. No solitude, nothing. Just dip it. Just dunk yourself in a little pool. Put it on the internet. Joe Berian replied, which one? The dude keeps replying. He just keeps stating new comments. You know what I mean? Great Tucky impression. Thank you so much. Love your content. Sorry, my question is on a different topic. Would you agree that one of the fundamental errors of atheists is the greater comes from the less? Not necessarily. I think the fundamental error of the atheist is they grant themselves brute facts, I think, ultimately. Because that's more foundational than that statement, right? That's like a platitude, like a description. I think it's much more, it's worse than that, I think, Sean. Thank you for the $10. I think it's much worse than that.
And
they grant themselves so much, right? To even come to like a cheapened, simple platitude requires a whole slew of things that the atheist just doesn't even care to justify. They're like, I have a mind. I'm a person. I'm a human being. There's conceptual things. There's logic. There's math. There's reasoning and meaning and information. There's all that stuff. Oh, really? That's interesting. From an atheist view, I don't know how you get that. Oh, you just have it. What do you mean? We just get it. We get it for Christmas.
The earliest Greek don't translate the Tetragrammaton, but leave it in Hebrew. The exact translation of the name is what's in Revelation. Who was, who shall be. Rabbis hide the pronunciation Yehovah with Adonai as a powerhead trip, but they've always known the exact pronunciation, as admitted by Karaite scholar Nehemiah Gordon admits. However, it's the main criticism of Hebrew roots types that there is a prophecy in Jeremiah that they teach Jehovah's name for Baal, which is the word Curtis in Greek. My cow's poop is for sale. Good Godfather.
Nice. It's always the Jews.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And it's kind of hard to talk about it without becoming self-righteous. And so my prayer for myself, I don't have a lot of prayers. I have a big family, so I have like a lot of prayers for a lot of people. I have a long prayer list. I don't have that many for myself, but one is to avoid self-righteousness.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I have a lot of respect for you, and one of the reasons why I have a lot of respect for you is I feel like now when I, scroll on social media or I turn on the news or I hear someone say something, they blame, a perspective on homosexuality, transgenderism, abortion, all these things on politics, and they label it politics, and they say politics is a bad thing. But it's really just worldview at the end of the day. It's really just worldview, right? We're labeling, you don't believe, you believe.
Wait a second. Is Bryce learning? This is good news. He's using the word worldview. Nice.
Homosexuality is wrong.
As Andrew likes to say, just dunk a whore in the holy water and you're a good man. You know what I mean? Dunk her in. Whatever comes off her body in that pool, it's left at the bottom of the pool.
Wrong. Oh, you're just political. And I'm like, well, I actually have a worldview, and that worldview is I'm a believer. I
Right.
follow Jesus. And what
No, you don't. I know this sounds so bad. People come in here and they're, oh my God, Jim Bob's so rough. He's just a nice kid following Jesus. No, you follow yourself, dude. You follow yourself around tour and you sell T-shirts, Jesus T-shirts. You follow your experience and your account of your experiences. You follow nothing. You submit to nothing. You submit to your own idea of a Christ. Christ is like your big brother, like you play basketball with him. It's like, oh, I'm honored. Christ dunked on me, and now I'm a poster. I'm honored. You know what I mean? You don't follow anything, dude. There's nothing normative or submissive about what you do, Bryce. You know what I mean? You sound like a good kid. You're a nice kid. You're very pleasant. You're almost as pleasant as Michael Knowles. But no, you're not really following. You're following your feelings. You're following your intuitions. You're following your account of what you think Christianity is in this modern world. You're not submitting to anything. There's no lowering yourself at all. You're just, you increase the tour dates. You talk about you. That's what's so cringe about the whole Proddy situation is that if you go, and many of you have, I'm so glad, you know how blessed I am. One of the key advantages, at least perks for me of being Orthodox is I'm actually largely forbidden to attend a Proddy church. Now, you could probably squeak by and get in the door and kind of just sit there and not participate with your arms crossed. But I'm taking that lanyard to its fullest extent. And that includes everybody. Family. Oh, can you go to our church with us? No, I can't. I will not. Sorry. But when you go to these places, they talk about themselves. All of the lyrics of the worship songs are about you and what you got. Oh, Jesus did this for you. You. Me, and I, and I praise, and I do this, and I did that, and I feel this. Oh, you feel that? You feel the Spirit? Who wants to get blessed? You want to get blessed? So one for you, one for you. It's you.
Respect a lot about you is...
JB, is being Christian a label or an act? Well, it's both.
Your worldviews and your politics are founded a lot on your faith. And one of my favorite things I watch.
You have to label an action. I mean, I don't understand. Everything has a label. We have to use language, right? So it's like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Christianity is fully participatory. It's propositional. It's active. It entails the past. It entails the present. It entails the future. It's active. But I don't know what that has to do with label, though. I don't think that's a true dichotomy anyway. Label or like everything using language requires a label. So I'm not sure, it's like an action itself is a label of something happening. Steelborn, $10. Tucky feels lost because he sees people who are clearly following Christ wrong, and he can see it's wrong, but doesn't know what the correct way is. I think he does a little bit know, Steelborn. But you're right. I think that's generally it. Maybe he's not getting pressed enough. But I'm not sure. Something can move him over. I think that's why experience moves people more than propositions, at least in my view. In other words, you can tell Tucky about everything. You can tell him about history, but you understand that like he's been in politics and journalism and the rest for so long that adding more information to him, he's numb to it. You know what I mean? You slap Tucky with a folder and you drop the counsels in front of him and you give him a book. It's like, yeah, he'll assess it. But I think someone like Tucky, being that he had such a profound experience being tickled by a tickle demon, actually left marks. And I've been tickled pretty hard in my life. Never once did it leave a mark or bleed. It's like, I think experience, that's why I always lean toward get them in the door. Just go to liturgy. Like, Tucky, you should look into Orthodoxy. I'll give you a lot of books. No. Not with Tucky. Right in the door, Tucky. Get in there, Tucky. Come on, Tucky. I mean, honestly, he's probably been to a liturgy. I bet you he has.
I loved the clip. Was you sat down with Ted Cruz?
Yes.
And he was talking about Israel. And,
this is rich.
He brought up the passage, I believe it's in Genesis, where it's like, those who bless Israel will be blessed.
Those who bless the 1948 ethno-nation state of the Talmuds, bless God. They're also blessed. If you bless the actual Jews who completely actively deny the trueness of Christ. We got to bless the people who think Jesus Christ is laying in excrement right now. That is what it says.
Bless and those who curse Israel.
Oh, Tucky. I'm not going to get into this with you, Tucky. I'm not going to get into this, Tucky. It clearly says it in Jeddah. I don't know where it is. It says something about it. Those who bless the Iron Dome will be blessed. Something like that.
Steelborn, $5. Yes, you can read about someone's entire life, but you don't know them. That's a great point. You only know of them. Yeah. That's a really great way of putting it, Steelborn. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. You know what it is? You know how there's like, what do they call them? Parasocial relationships? People who are outside of the church develop a parasocial relationship with Christ. It's like the first problematic mainstream media parasocial relationship is Protestantism and this kind of view that the Bible alone, these solas are really. Because that's exactly what it is. You're given a download, an image of something, and a bunch of words, and then you develop a character of the subject, and it's not participatory. You're participating with yourself. You're in your own head about, you're evaluating it all. And then you develop this like weird pseudo relationship, and it really is maybe the first thing, dude, a parasocial relationship. Because everything else you see online, that's like, the classic parasocial relationship is the online influencer, the talking head like me, and then someone who's habitually watched me and listened to me, maybe interacted, develops this like disparate balance of a relationship. That's mostly them. And that's kind of what this does. It's wild.
Israel will be cursed. And I loved how you just went, who is Israel? I loved how you kept asking that. Because I just feel like as believers and even in today's American society, like you said, you're seeing the theme.
Bisrock says, Tucky has said, yeah, I've heard him say that too. That's unfortunate. It's, you know what I mean? That's really unfortunate when someone says, I'll never be anything other than Lutheran. That's a very prideful claim, Tucky, to say that. Like, how would you know that, Tucky? Very prideful, very much Tucky is the authority in the matter. That's unfortunate.
Theology being warped and used and things like that, and people just aren't reading this macro narrative of Scripture. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
Are you tired of getting bad sleep at night? Mike Lindell at MyPillow has a
Fucking pillow biter. See, if you guys don't help me reach my goals, is this the future you want from me? You guys want me selling pillows? Is that what you want from me? Look, we're almost halfway through the basic stream, 3 hours, and we're not even halfway through the goal. Look, I have to do what I have to do to support my family. So if I have to sell pillows like this guy, I'll do it. He doesn't have to rely on live streaming and talking to people and I mean, this guy gets paid millions to tour, to tell waffle stories. It's hard out here. It's hard out here on these streets. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Don't make me sell pillows or bed sheets.
passion to help people get the best sleep of their life.
Displace a lot of things.
I'm spiritually asleep. If you're going to be spiritually asleep, at least have a really nice pillow. JesusHelpsYouSleep.com. Thank you,
That
Josiah.
are essential in our lives onto politics. Oh, it's a political debate. This is just what I conclude from reading the Bible, but also just from living for 56 years, that we're not really commanded to struggle against other people, or at least primarily. The first struggle is against ourselves.
That's true. Self first. You're the chief sinner. Yes, agreed. I almost disagreed with him for a second.
The Lord's Prayer is structured in a way that is not accidental. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us or trespass against us. It's kind of in that order for a reason. It comes from Jesus. And my belief, my assumption is that the first thing that we focus on is the log in our own eye. Okay? So questions of...
I dropped a log in the toilet this morning, but we're not talking about those logs. I'm sorry.
Abortion, which of course should be illegal. It's murder. Homosexuality, of course it's horrible for everyone involved. It's not good. It's not liberation. There's nothing gay about it. It's a tragedy. Sorry. I've seen a lot of it. But
I've seen a lot of it. Tucky just say he's seen a ton of homosexuality. That was a weird flex. I mean, I've seen a ton of it. I mean, I've seen it up close. It's a horrible thing.
I think we should
It's amazing.
just always focus on our own shortcomings first.
Yeah.
Because we're commanded to by Jesus. And two, it puts us in the right frame. I mean, I'm in a lot of political battles like every day, or I'm the subject of political battles. I try not to join too many of them. But, and I find myself thinking like, Mark Levin, well, he's a pompous piece of shit. Whatever I think about.
I use a different term for him, Tucky. A much different term.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Mark Levin, man. Dude, the combination of Mark Levin and Rabbi Shmuley, like it's almost as if they're paid to produce anti-Semitism. Like when you hear these people talk, even Ben Shapiro, you're like, the loudest people who want to do something about anti-Semitism are the best marketers for anti-Semitism.
Mark Levin, which I do think, by the way. And then I need to remind myself that, so am I. So am I.
I can't believe his mom is actually Mother Tucker. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh. Okay, Trevor. As if that's not the first time. Oh, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Like, come on.
I
Heard that my whole life. On every playground. Couldn't go on a swing or a seesaw without hearing that. Oh, hey. How's your Mother Tucker?
I actually am no better than my persecutors on some most basic level, which is why I'm commanded to pray for them.
Game caller wants to call in. Yeah, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna do now? Where are we gonna go now?
Yeah.
Because it puts it all. I mean, both of us have fallen short of God, me and Mark Levin.
Yeah.
And neither one of us is going to get into heaven except by the grace of God. Period.
Why do you?
Yeah, that's true. The judgment is God. You don't know the fullness of the judgment or whatever, but this is a bad take generally because this comes up with like saints, right? Because these types of people kind of reduce everyone to the same exact place, right? We're human, we're flawed, we're sinful, therefore we're all the same. Well, no, that's not true. Biblically, that's not true. There necessarily has to be people who are godly, who are holier. They're not claiming to be holier than you. But if you think you can be holy from not holy, if you can be healed, if you can participate in such a way where you're spiritually elevated or illumined, however you want to say it. Like, if that's the goal, why would you think that was a goal if it wasn't possible? Well, if it's possible, then you can't constantly reduce people, right? Then you can't learn from anyone. That's like a child saying, well, dad's just a flawed human, so I don't have to listen to dad. He's no better than me. Well, no, he's kind of better than you. Your dad is... if he's raised correctly, he has better wisdom than you. He can guide you. You're to be subordinate to him. You're to be obedient to your father. It doesn't mean that just because there's obedience, he's suddenly holier. I'm just saying that if you're speaking from a Christian lens, it would be ideal that the father of a family is a miniature priest, an extension of the church. And because of that, it's on him to be more narrow than the ones he's teaching to be. So this is like something that I see a lot of, and it's one of the reasons I think impulsively people reject notions like sainthood. Because they have to think in their head, because they come from an equalizing authority position, everyone's of equal authority apparently, then everyone's of equal holy spiritual status or something like this. So it's just a constant rejection of an authoritative structure. That's what I see ongoingly. And it actually doesn't do you well. You know what I mean? Like this conversation, think about it this way. Two Orthodox people, you swap these people out with two Orthodox, these conversations, you wouldn't even have, almost all of this conversation wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? Like the way in which they talk about this stuff is so outside of the lens that they're still talking as if they're like lost individuals in the world. And their refuge is mentally, spiritually tying themselves to their own conception of Christ and God and the church and nothing binding to anything else. It's like you're kind of pseudo bonded to other people who kind of say similar things. But you don't go theological, then you start to find the differences. I think that's a cop-out from Tucky here. He's like, I don't do theology. Because you know, if you did, you'd have to get rigorous enough to defend it. And what happens is people who call themselves Christians, you're going to run up against those people, and you're going to feel a little bit bad at first, maybe correcting, or you feel a little bit bad that you now view them as someone who, is in a more broad road, and it's uncomfortable. But it's a cop out to just rest behind we're all the same. It's like we're all the same.
Do you think people are more tolerant of their own sin than other people?
Well, because it's yours. Because it's so much easier to blame other people. Of course. I mean, Jesus addresses this in Matthew and other places at great length and with specificity. And he refers to the Pharisees first and foremost as what? Hypocrites. They're attacking others for doing what they do. was just reading this morning, actually, and thinking and brooding about it. And so, look, I'm not in charge of the universe. I am not.
Is it purported that the true church is immune to corruption? Yes. The people in the church can be corrupt. The church, being the body of God, Game Caller, you can't corrupt the body of God. You can corrupt people, individuals in a body, but Game Caller, you're still approaching the church from a perspective of that it's just an organization, a man-made organization of like schedules and like places you get to, and it's just this, fundamentally at its core it's materialistic. It's just pure material, right? The question itself, Game Caller, your question in the chat here, Game Caller, starts from a position where it sounds like you don't think the church is truly the body of God. It sounds like you're hesitant about the word church as the body of God. Why is that, Game Caller?
Not God, which is something that's going to be posted on my refrigerator just to remind me I am not God. So, I don't know how in the end everything shakes out, but I know for a fact the temptation in my life is not to do cocaine or go.
Anymore. I had a great time in the 80s. I had my heyday. I definitely snorted a couple of lines off the butt crack of a stripper. I've repented from that, though. It's amazing.
Go to hookers or whatever. The temptation is to become puffed up and self-righteous and be filled with hubris and arrogance. Like I am.
The Orthodox Church is a specific church? No. If God's church is true, there's only one church. It's not, you see, you're still talking from plurality. You have the same problem Mike has, dude. It's probably why you're still here. You don't have even a stance, Game Caller, that there's a true church. And from your view, it's probably just in your head. It's just like anyone who internally declares it. You're like a trans person. It's like, there's nothing worse than presenting yourself as a Christian and your epistemology for being in a church is the same epistemology as a trans person being trans. That should really sort of put the lights on for you. You know what I mean? That should really jolt you awake like a defibrillator. You're literally trans, dude. You're a trans Christian. Nobody knows the referent. Oh, it's self-internally declared, just like the trans people, bro. You're trans. Trans theology.
I am prone to that, period. I am prone to that. Yeah. And most successful men are really prone to that. Yeah. So I just want the first battle in my life every day to be against my own bad inclinations.
Can we talk about that?
See, that's nice, and that's good, and, it's virtuous and all, and I agree with it. But that's not all we're called to. We're not called to just simply isolate ourselves and only, we are called still to be in this, to be not of the world, but we're called to operate in the world. We're still active participants, right? We're basically playing a game that we know we can't win at the world level. I equate it to like you're on a beach and you have this, let's say you have this ought to throw the baby crabs into the water, right? Well, turtles are cuter. Let's say they're baby turtles. But you look down the beach and you see so many baby turtles that they turn into just like a dark cloud by the end, miles down. And you know that you're going to walk the beach and every interaction you have, you're going to try to throw people into the church. You're going to try to throw them in individually. It's a long life. And your life is only a half a mile up, actually. So you can see actually further down the beach than your own lifespan. The Christian view, but that Tucky's presenting is like, well, yeah, all of those turtles exist on the beach, but who am I? It's like, who am I to say that, right? Who am I to do anything? Well, no, that's part of your deontology, Tucky. And this is the problem with like modern theology is like it's all self-driven. So you could even sell the virtue, right? You could sell the virtue of working on yourself first, but you could also use that as a shield to you know, basically let you off the hook for a bigger game, right? So I think that's weak sauce from Tucky here. I think he knows it too. I don't even think he's very confident in saying a lot of this stuff. He's like, I don't know, work on myself. It's like, yeah. Rob says for $10, I appreciate your thought out views, Jim Bob, and listening to you wreck Mike yesterday was awesome. Found you through the Crucible. Thank you so much. Send this man some of your hard-earned cash. Yes, please do, or else I'll be selling pillows. I'll have to cut every scene. Be like, hey guys, you having trouble sleeping? I have a golden pillow.
Yeah, because I like that. I read this book. I read this book called Tale of Three Kings by this guy named Gene Edwards, and he writes this perspective of like David, Saul, and Absalom. And when he talks about Absalom, he talks about pride and self-righteousness and things like that. And you know, it's interesting that you brought up the thing about not trusting a lot of preachers and pastors. When I became a Christian when I was 17.
You think?
Yeah. And I would be in these areas and these perspectives where I would see these preachers that I had watched, you know, for my
Game Caller once blamed the rise of communism and the killing of Christians in Russia on the Orthodox Church. I repeat, orthodoxy is the cause for atheistic communism, according to Trans Caller. He wants the church to be corrupt just so he doesn't have to submit to it.
That's right. That's actually really it right there. If that was Chase or somebody, that's it right there. As long as it's corrupt, then it's nebulous and you don't have to attach yourself to it because it's just like nothing's good enough. You trust your own mind. And the Russian thing, yeah, that's a common cope there where it's like you take an instance where the Orthodox Church is put in a position as if they could direct the outcome themselves of the state push for communism or not. They often are accused of bowing down to or submitting to communism and its horrors. And really that's just like, I would say that's an oversimplification historically, but it's clearly used as an excuse, right? Anything but orthodoxy. It's like the atheist, anything but God. Well, there's a Christian version of that, you guys. You know, we can point out the atheists coping and say anything but God all the time, but it's much more prevalent, at least in our inner circles, the anything but a true church. Don't you think?
My private Christian school, you know, I had to watch the sermon and write a paper on it, or, you know, after I became a Christian, I was like, oh, I look up to this person and I would go serve at a conference or at a church so I could go listen. And I felt like there was a bait and switch, you know, where I was like, oh, this isn't what I thought it was like. You know, you're not what you said up there. Like that hurt me. That makes me feel
feelings. This guy, what a you made me feel bad. I thought Christ was about feeling good. You corrected me. That's not nice. I cried. I need a waffle or I'm going to kill myself. Ah! You need to be slapped right across your face, Bryce. You need to be kicked with a camel. I went to church and the preacher said something mean to me. That made me feel bad. Can you imagine placing this guy next to like a saint who's about to be dismembered? This fucking kid. Oh. That was hard. That was not nice. Not nice. Steelborn, $5. Oh, yes, the Orthodox Church, who anathematized communism, is the reason for atheistic communism. Makes total sense, yeah. They don't know. They don't. Anything but the church, dude. It's a spiritual issue. It's not an intellectual issue. It's not about understanding history. It's about not attaching yourself or submitting to something bigger than you. That's what it's about. It's about individualism. When is your next public appearance? You're witnessing it. It's right here. Oh, you mean in person? I actually don't know. James was trying to rush. I think it was a bit rushed. He admitted it, but he's trying to get me out this month for the DebateCon 7, but it's too crazy. It's too damn crazy. The chat went full scale lie. What lie? What's the lie, dude? What are you talking about? Oh, he said, oh, you mean he lied about you? I'm not sure. I mean, did you say that or what? What's the lie?
Very, like, I can't trust anyone, you know? And
did you not tell him that, Game Caller? Did you say that the Orthodox were partially culpable for the atrocities of communism or not?
So as I started like serving and being in the background of these things, kind of looking around,
why does he have a Waffle House shirt? Oh, because that's his testimony, Nicodemus. His whole thing is this constructed, memorized, staged story about the Waffle House incident, where he was so sad and he thought he was going to end it, so he ate waffles. And then he talked to a guy, and it changed his life, and it's very moving, and he cries, and everyone in the audience goes, I want a Waffle House story, and then, they buy the Waffle House tank tops.
I noticed that a lot of people, particularly in the Christian space, they were surrounding themselves with people that were impressed by them.
Oh,
and so then they just like they couldn't. No one could tell them no.
We have a rule in my office: no compliments. So when you do a live show, when you perform, and I think it's true for musicians, anyone who performs, I perform my whole life, so that's what I do. There's this weird, especially if you're successful, if you hit your internal marks, like you say what you plan to say, you say it in a way you're happy with. Boy, you come off of that with this, like, here I am, Caesar surveying the kingdom kind of attitude.
Yeah.
And ask anyone who performs.
To be fair to Game Caller, he said Orthodox were kind of responsible because we didn't stop it. Oh, okay.
Performs. Trust me, this is why no one who tours with a band is faithful. Because they come off the set and they're like, ladies, I'm here. And I've just seen that so much. And so I have always felt my whole life that flattery is far more insidious and dangerous to the human soul than attacks.
I kind of understand that.
Someone will attack me,
I'm just naturally not good at taking compliments, so that's probably a blessing.
Imagine if you're me, one of the reasons I have this job is because it doesn't bother me. Yeah. What bothers me is you're so great. You're so great. No one's ever been as. You may be the reincarnation of the.
Yeah, stop the Red Army. Yeah, you bad Orthodox. You bunch of Christians. You minority.
The Dalai Lama, and it's like that kind of talk will destroy your soul. Yeah. So we do not allow that. I've never allowed that in my office.
Wow. And so who do you have in your
I thought he was going to compliment him for that.
life in your corner that's close to you that like wounds you with their words?
Oh, no one. But I have a lot of, if you knew how we lived, very, not insular, but just like same people. We have a big family, as I've said a couple of times. My best friends are my college roommates. My brother is my best friend. He's sitting right there. It's just like I married my high school girlfriend. We've been together 41 years.
Amazing.
Like it's Emily, who's sitting right there on the couch, been with 10 years, like basically living with our family. So it's like, it's a small circle of trusted, wise people. And in general, we have no sharp words. I'm just not into sharp words in the house.
Positive or negative?
I just don't like that.
What's a sharp word? What is he saying? I don't get this boomer talk. Anybody know what a sharp word is? Is that a bad word? What's a sharp word? I'm trying to learn.
No rudeness. I'm from a culture that really.
He says amazing, yeah, he did. He was like, amazing. Tucky was like, that's my word. I mean, you literally gave my word, the word that I say, like, you just literally gave it AIDS. It's like.
Isn't for rudeness, period. In fact, we created politeness, if I can brag. So we don't do that. However, being honest is essential, absolutely essential. And there are a whole bunch of people. I mean, Tom Fox is sitting right behind me. We worked with Tom a long time, talking about something on the plane, and he's like, I don't think it's a good idea. And I was like, you're right. So, I mean, I want that. You need that. You have to have that. And
Is it Jews? Is that a sharp word?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I'm just asking questions.
You don't get to ask those questions.
by the way, if you can't accept that, you've got the wrong people around you. There's people you don't. This has been demonstrated, all being stored, and will be used against you if necessary.
Heed wisely. Over
Come on.
This has an effect on the nation itself and on its men who are supposed to be leading the nation but aren't. And they're not leading their families, they're not leading the nation. And why is that? Well, this is one of the reasons.
Oh, well, Tucky. Should we look at Cernovich or someone else? What do you think? What do you guys think? Because, Bryce is really, I think he's really messing this one up. You know what it is Bryce is still young, and so he can't really get to the core of anything. It's like, Tucky's talking to like a teenager, essentially. So he can't really get to the goods. You know what I mean? They might as well talk about FIFA. Or like Minecraft or something. Evo? There's an Evo in the VC? For real? Well, that's good timing. It's really good timing. I don't see anyone in the VC. Sharp words are like at F6. See how the F has corners? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, he did use a sharp word on his speech, right? He dropped the F-bomb, not the F-git word, but another word. Yeah, I'll drop an F-bomb sometimes. I'll call my friends, F-bombs if they're acting like that. It's amazing. But we can do that. I mean, I love calling people an F. Yeah, me too. It's great. $10 Steelborn, you should watch me. Really appreciate your critiques. Is it on, did you send it directly on, where'd you send it directly? You got to send it directly. I can't search through all the general posts. You got to send it on Discord direct message. Or else I just can't. It just gets lost so quickly. Smash the like button. Yeah, smash the like button. Like Red Fox says. Thank you so much, Red. Brings me to 31. 19 left, y'all, of my first goal. Thank you so much. Or like, what's the name? Well, like, is it your channel, Steelborn? Is the clip on your channel or what? How do I join the Discord server? Where are my wrenches at? Do I even have wrenches anymore? There you guys are. There's the Discord right there. I don't know if anyone's going to call in. I mean, the evolution guy said he would, but I doubt it. Someone said the guy Corinth. All right, yeah. Whatever. Check your Discord DMs. Discord direct message. Steelborn. Oh, you called in that chick? Nice. The two chicks? Oh, that's going to be great. I'm always trying to get more people to call in because, like honestly, I should, but I can't seem to get myself to sit there on the phone waiting for these people. I just want them to debate me in an ordered format with a moderator and everything. What's the time code, Steelborn? Oh, hold on a second. Time code 10930. Okay, here we go. This will be fun. 10930. Okay, you guys ready? This should be respectable. This should be a spectacle. I was going to say respectable, probably not.
All right. We are going to pull in Steelborn. That's a cool name. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right. Want to make sure I sounded all right. I'm using earbuds.
You sound perfect. What did you want to talk about today? So you didn't like our title of the show.
No, I disagree.
And there's
with
a couple other. Yes. Tell us
Yeah,
more.
I've been actually sitting here writing down claims that you guys have made. One of the first claim would be that you can't question dogma in Christianity. That's actually not a dogma. So, yeah, you absolutely can question dogmas. The thing is, you can't contradict the dogmas and then still be an active member of the church. So, like, this would be more specific to things like Catholicism and Orthodoxy. And what I mean by that is Orthodoxy and Catholicism have established dogmas that are, like, the church is an established thing. It's not like Protestant churches where, like, you can have 17 different Baptist churches and they don't know what's going on between each other. Catholic and Orthodoxy, there's an actual, like, structure to the whole church system. And so in order to be an Orthodox Christian, you have to accept the dogmas, same with Catholics.
I wouldn't say that Christians never let you question. I am like making just like a generalization, what a lot of people do. But in my experience, there are a lot of Christians who quote unquote let you question as long as you come back to the conclusion that God is true and Christianity is true. So a lot of times, even though people claim they're so okay with people asking questions, because I was told that it was always okay to ask questions.
Is she gonna cry?
And that I was okay with me asking questions.
What is the show? It's just another terror. It's The Line, right? It's like the go-to atheist show. They thought it was a good idea to put two chicks up to talk about, to argue against theology, which is hilarious.
But once I came back to a different conclusion, all of a sudden it was not okay anymore. So to me, if you're not okay with someone coming out with a different
I can't wait to do my next episode, by the way, of Skeptics.
conclusion, it's not
Like literally looks exactly like this.
really being okay with somebody questioning.
Well, it would depend on the reasoning for the conclusion they came to, and if there's a flaw in the reasoning, then the church would point that out, or whoever.
Everyone's going to have a different opinion on that, though.
No, reasoning and opinions are not the same exact thing, dude. Holy crap, dude. And these people vote. These two people vote to make it possible and legal for people of their sex to unalive children.
No,
And
that
what's
you
valid
can't.
and what's
Not
not.
everybody can have a different opinion on that.
Yes, everyone's going to have a different opinion on whether your reason is valid. And the thing is,
No. Valid reasoning isn't based on opinion, dude. What is wrong with these people? They need like little pink helmets.
is a lot of Christians are never going to say there's a valid reason because they believe that they're right. So they're not going to be like, oh yeah, that is a reason not to believe.
Wow, apply that to your own reasoning right now, lady. It's your opinion, okay? Everything is reduced to an opinion now? Why do you have a show? You should call it the Opinions with Women.
They're not like, I have never, like, that's not really going to happen.
So if you think 2 + 2 = 5, then your math teacher should be okay with it. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah, what are they going to say? Math is dogmatic. You know what I mean? Like, their dogmas are actually axioms, if you think about it. Like, the atheist dogma is not only the 2 dogmas of empiricism, that's a little heady, essay you should read by Quine, but there is dogma, but like more colloquially speaking, their dogma is axioms. That's like the thing that that you will not challenge, that you can't challenge definitionally. And they're like, yeah, but you guys have dogma. That's terrible. And you're like, you have axioms.
Well, okay, like let me ask you something. Do you agree that it's an established dogma of the Catholic Church that Jesus Christ is God? You have to believe that to be a Catholic, right?
Yeah, I'm not very, like, I don't know much about Catholics.
I don't know anything. I'm just talking. I run a show called God Brings Baggage, but I have no idea about anything I'm saying. I don't know anything. We're just chicks. They reached out to us and say, hey, we need chicks on this atheist cringe show.
but yeah.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
assume.
so
Well,
if
I guess
somebody claims to be
he's the
Catholic
son
and
of.
also claims Jesus Christ
he's the
isn't God, should the Catholic Church accept them?
Yeah, human rights. That's a good one, Isaiah. Yeah, human rights is one of their dogmas.
Right.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it kind of depends because then you don't believe in that religion, and so why are you?
Oh my gosh! Wow. Yeah. If you don't believe in the religion, let me. I didn't know that Steelborn needed to be translated here, ladies. Steelborn said, if you don't believe in the religion, then you're not in that religion, right? She's like, yeah, but I don't understand why someone would be in that religion.
Why you are saying that you don't believe in? Because they're supposed to be accepting of everyone. They're supposed to be loving and accepting of everyone. And why can't their response be, you don't believe this to be true, and we would love to still welcome you here because we think that it still is value.
Cool. How about they are here in the church and they start behaving in a way that's not appropriate? Now what, lady? Then the church has to say, this is not how we operate, right? And then you're like, yeah, but you should accept them and let them be naked with a boner in church. I mean, these people are just... People are like, repeal the 19th, and I'm like, you guys are such lightweights.
Valuable for you. Being a part of a religion, we hear all the time, people talk about how religion is important because it gives you moral structure. It gives you a guideline of how to live.
Yeah, it gives women a guideline for not killing their babies, which you guys think is baggage. You guys think human life itself is baggage. That's how demonic you feminist retards are. 20 big bucks from Red Fox. She had a question, did no research, and her cliche group didn't push back to be polite. Now she wants to act like she's an informed opinion. Yeah, these people are like, this is the worst, actually. This scenario is like, you get chicks who are a little bit more responsive to like compliments and flattery and stuff. You know, it's not even a bad thing necessarily. It's just that you can abuse it. And so you pick them, pick me girl. You pick them and you put them up on a screen and you say, you know what? You're really smart. You really have this down. You know what? We should give you a microphone. You know what? You should have a show on the line because you're a woman and you're powerful and by golly, you deserve it. And they're like, yeah, oh my God, a huge opportunity, Mom. And the mom's like, when are you going to get married or have kids? Fulfill yourself, be fulfilled. Mom, I'm doing an atheist on the line show. I've got my life sorted out, Mom. Stop it. Stop trying to control me. I'm a TV show host now. And this is why I say atheists hate each other. They hate each other because they can't correct each other. They have no standard for correction. They have no normative authority. They have no real in-group established dogma. That's the irony, is that the atheists have their own dogma, but it ends up being individualistic. They can't hold each other to account for being a good or bad person or anything. You can't be a bad secularist. You can't be like, oh, you're not being a good secularist. You can't do that. And this is what you get. They just get lost, fluffed up, coddled, flattered. And the technology certainly doesn't help. Allowing people to produce something that looks like some kind of show under the guise that the hosts are qualified to talk about anything in any meaningful way. In this case, God. Zero. They have zero, not even a little bit of an understanding of Catholic belief. I don't understand Catholic. What? So, holy crap.
Etc. So why can't the church still offer that, even if you are saying in that moment, I'm not really sure that Jesus is the Son of God. Sticks. I don't know that to be true.
Well, it does still offer that.
Why can't
the church would always say that people should follow Christian ethics. So they do still offer that even to non-Christians. You could be an atheist who follows Christian ethics, which you wouldn't be able to ground your morality, but you can still follow it and practice them.
Why? So do you think that not stealing and not killing are purely Christian ethics? Do you think nobody has done that before Christians or something?
Oh, wow. Holy crap. You shouldn't be able to vote. Do you think people never not killed somebody that wasn't a Christian? Do you really think that there was never a person who existed who didn't kill someone, but they weren't Christian?
I'm confused.
No.
Oh my gosh, dude.
What I'm saying is that outside of the theistic worldview, you couldn't tell me why it's objectively wrong to, unalive grandma and then eat her corpse. You actually couldn't tell me why that's objectively wrong, other than you just don't prefer it.
You can't.
And I don't think you. I don't think.
You just.
I don't think you have
brain.
objective morality either.
Oh, you are. Then why is baggage bad then?
That's great, but that's not the.
You said the Evo's in the chat. Okay, I got to just get through this a little
claim.
bit.
The claim is you said you asked me.
Yeah, and I don't believe in objective morality. I do not believe in objective morality.
Okay, cool.
So I think this idea that we should be following your morality doesn't make any sense because Christians always claim it's objective, so it's superior to yours, and it's not because it's not objective. You just Christians just claim it's objective, and it's not.
Grounding for why it's bad to do that outside of you would just prefer I don't do that.
There
you don't
are
know that
evolutionary reasons. There are evolution.
There are evolution.
Things within our evolution.
There are things within the evolution. This is good. This is a good preliminary for the Evo guy who's about to come on. Guys, are you getting this? You getting the breakdown, the evolutionary breakdown? Let's get it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, and I don't believe in objective morality. I do not believe in objective morality. So I think this idea that we should be following your morality doesn't make any sense because Christians always claim it's objective, so it's superior to yours, and it's not.
It's a hard watch, don't worry.
Because it's not objective.
Not much longer.
You just Christians just claim it's objective, and it's not.
Grounding for why it's bad to do that outside of you would just prefer I don't do that.
There
you don't
are
know that
evolutionary
to be true.
reasons. There are evolution things within.
There are evolution things. I heard someone say the evolution thing. Hey, lady. According to you, we evolved to be Christian. You ever think about that? You never really think about that when you talk, do you?
Within our evolution that led us to this point, but no, I don't claim that there's some bigger meaning or higher power. But who cares? If that, I recognize that makes people uncomfortable.
The evolution things to happen.
But somebody being uncomfortable doesn't change anything. I think, yes, the fact that morals are subjective makes things complicated. They make things nuanced and have a lot of gray areas. And that is the world we live in. It's complex in so many different ways, which means that it's just a complicated.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
Thing that makes people uncomfortable, so they don't like it. But that doesn't mean that it's not true. That our morals aren't subjective. That's all we have proof for is that our morals are subjective. We don't have any proof that they come from anywhere else besides humans. Therefore, they are subjective, whether that makes you uncomfortable or not.
So, would truth also fall in this category?
Good one. Nice, Steelborn. Nicely done. I always want people to move over to truth. Because if you're making that claim about morality and what makes morality subjective is that it's rooted in your subjective experience, then truth would be too. And watch, let's see what they do here. Ultravoid $10. If you believe in Evo, then how can you even eat food? That plant is in the process of becoming a human. Right. You're acting against life itself.
Does the truth?
Wow, the silence that you just made. This is bullying, Steelborn. You hate Worman. Steelborn, you hate Worman.
Come from anywhere else besides humans. Therefore, they are subjective, whether that makes you uncomfortable or not.
Steelborn, bad. You're a bad
would
man.
truth also fall in this category?
Brain broke.
Does the truth fall into what category of?
What? I aborted my baby. What?
Is
of
truth
being
universal?
Objective?
What? What?
And
what?
Objective.
If you're willing to accept, I have this conversation so often, and I honestly don't can't stand having a conversation if people aren't willing to accept the reality we're living in.
Wow. So you're not going to answer his question?
But yeah, if you see, especially if you see something that's tested over and over and over again and we get the same result, yeah, I think that is a fact.
Wow, that's what they think truth is, a fact. Man, the atheists are so broken. Can you imagine how glim, is that a word? Your reality is if you think that the wholeness of truth is propositions about the natural world. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I'm trying to imagine when I maybe even LARPed or thought I was an atheist younger, like in my 20s and up to my 30s. But looking back, categorizing it, it's like the entire grounding for everything, including morality and your life, is based on like propositions about objects. Olaf says, oh, morals are subjective. All right, time for brain custard. Yeah.
That's what humans perceive as a fact.
Glim?
But if
Grim? Grim. Maybe it's grim. Yeah, grim.
If you
I don't know why glim sounds better.
Choose to not believe it.
Glum?
And not live in this reality
Dim?
and not accept things in this reality.
Yeah, gay is dim and gay or glim is gay and dim.
That's another thing that I can't even debate because we're not even living in the same
Glum? What's glum? What's glum, Ian?
reality anymore. So there's really nothing to talk about.
Well, what I'm asking for is truth. So like water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level, right? You would agree with me that's true.
Okay.
Sure. I don't remember.
Are human, so, in philosophical terms, the difference between subjective and objective meaning dependent upon mind. Does it depend on a mind that water boils at 212 degrees at sea level?
Sorry, it depends on a mind?
Would that be
Is
true
that
if
what you
there were
said?
no humans? No, I'm saying, would that be true if there were no minds? Would that still be true?
She's such a child, yeah.
Yeah.
It would still be true, but now I feel like we're in a place of like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, did it make a sound? That's sort of where.
Yeah, why would you say, did a tree fall in the woods even? I don't know why people use this example. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? You just said a tree fell in the woods. Why would you grant yourself the tree fell in the woods? You know, why do they skip to the sound part? It's like, if a tree fell in the woods and nobody saw it, did it fall in the woods? Why do they talk about the sound? I never understood that about that hypothetical. Suddenly there's a tree. If a tree existed, did it not exist? Like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one saw it, did it fall in the woods? I just don't understand why they did the sound thing. It never registered. Like, why did you guys add the sound part?
I feel like we're leading.
Well, no,
And
it's not the same, because even if that was the case, yes, it does make a sound.
I mean, there could be a tree in a woods. Like, oh well, no. I was gonna say there could be a tree without an air. You would need air for the sound, but then you would need air for the tree too.
The sound is just vibrations of air, but the reason I'm asking
Right,
this is
but I'm
because
saying-
if truth exists, absent human minds, but you can't empirically demonstrate truth. You can't hand me a handful of truth, right? I can't walk into a puddle of truth. It doesn't exist in the empirical
What does that
sense.
have
That's strong. I am a puddle of truth, Steelborn.
to do with anything?
I'm explaining.
What does that have to do with anything? Ugh.
It's a concept. It's conceptual. It's metaphysical as well.
It's amazing what they put up on the screen these
If
days.
it's conceptual and it's universal, that at 212 degrees at sea level,
I mean, like, this is the feminist alternative to OnlyFans. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm on a podcast. I'm gonna talk and I'm gonna show my smarts. It's intellectual OnlyFans basically.
water boils. Yeah, that's always true. And there's
But
no
it's
human, it
not-
doesn't
They're so dumb.
require human minds for that to exist.
That's why I think this is run by Christians. I actually have this hunch that The Line and all of these things are secretly funded and run by Christian people.
How can you ground that truth outside of a universal mind?
But if
Because the thing
If
still
we
happens. I
don't-
don't understand.
it's still yeah,
Like,
It still happens. Oh my gosh, man.
it's still what
This is how much further, dude? How much more do we have to deal with this, Steelborn? How much more do we have? I got an Evo proponent who wants to teach us evolution.
But if there's no human, then Fahrenheit isn't real, and so water doesn't boil at 212 Fahrenheit because Fahrenheit doesn't exist.
Wow.
But it doesn't mean that water doesn't boil.
The system would still exist, but what I'm saying is
the measurement. Oh my gosh, this is rough.
The fact that water boils at that temperature, that statement alone, that's fact. You can't actually hand me that fact. It's a concept.
This is no different than like men, they go on a date and then the man tries to get into like philosophy, which is a mistake with the woman, right, that he's courting. And she's like, I don't know.
Right?
Yes. So we know those things just happen, but we also know this because we weren't the first ones living on Earth. There were different species before us, and that stuff happened. That's how we got here. So there were things.
That's how we got here. Guys, there was things before us, and that's how we got here. Wow. We got a top tier thinker here.
That actually happened as fact. So I'm just confused where this conversation's going.
They always do the same thing. They actually try to take the high ground and like, I'm actually very uncertain where this is going.
Yeah, we started with morality and now we're talking about the truth of boiling water. So
outside of the universal mind.
Okay, what about it?
What does this have to do with morality? Like, bring us back
morality would be
around
another
to morality.
metaphysical category, such as truth. There's truth, knowledge, information, the laws of logic. You couldn't ground any of these outside of universal mind because they're universal concepts. They're all conceptual. You can't.
You know what, Steelborn? This is definitely for a male. Now, it's funny you're doing it. Look at that girl's face right there. I mean, are you kidding me? Look at that. Look at that face. You got to, like, talk to them like they are actually children, both spiritually and intellectually. And so you have to ask, is truth... You have to first ask these people, is truth subjective? Is it subjective? Like, you have to do it in reverse almost, like, you know, they can't grasp. Which is funny, though. It's actually funny, but they can't grasp it.
Hand me the laws of logic. They're not empirically.
Who cares? I'm very confused why I should give a shit about this. Like, yes, I agree with
bring us around.
We don't.
These are conceptual.
And you're not getting a second date, bro.
They're universal. That necessitates a universal mind.
No, it doesn't.
What?
A universal
What
mind?
Okay, how could you ground a universal concept outside of you?
Bro tried to run tag on the first date. That's
universal mind.
What is explain universal mind? What is that? Have you seen Pluribus before? Because it feels like it's like that.
Have you seen like a movie, like a show? Because that's basically anything that's like heavy or philosophical. I need to know a TV show. So is it more like a Twilight or is it more like Pluribus? Is it like E! True Hollywood Story or is it, I need it in the format of TMZ? My fucking head is fucking hurting right now. I need a tea. I need a green tea. My head is melting. Wait, is it like Terminator or is it like Home Alone? Did you see Finding Nemo? Is it like Lost in the Sea? Or is it like Little Mermaid Found Your Voice?
Explain universal mind.
Oh my gosh. I didn't know I might get a Stream Deck asset from this. That's a killer right there. Explain universal mind with her head like this, exploding. That's a good one.
What?
A universal mind?
Okay, how could you ground a universal concept outside of a universal mind?
What is explain universal mind? What is that? Have you seen Pluribus before? Because it feels like it's like that. But explain universal mind.
Universal mind is what the Christians.
Have you seen High School Musical?
Christians call God. It would be an
Yeah, I
uncreated
don't think
being.
there's a universal mind.
So you're saying
See right there, the question when they ask what's a universal mind, I would say, hold on. Do you agree that a universal concept exists? Is there any concept that's universal? I mean, maybe they'd grasp. I don't even think they could, honestly. I don't even think they could.
you're saying I want to just like clarify
universal mind, what that is.
Can I clarify what
that
you're explaining?
is?
Like I want to say it to you and so that you can tell me if I'm like
Okay, have you ever seen Rapunzel, the new one? Have you seen Rapunzel How do I put this? Okay. Is that like universal basic income? Because if it is, I am an advocate for UBI, just so you know. Just so you know.
I'm understanding what you're saying.
W.
Okay.
Stillborn.
So
Appreciate
you're
the Steel Man.
suggesting Sorry?
Sorry?
The Steel Man, what you just described is called a Steel Man. I said I appreciate the Steel Man. It's the opposite of a strong man.
What
is that? What am I? How did I get this job? Do I even get paid for this? Probably not.
What am I
Okay.
Where the heck am I? Am I being arrested, officer? Am I being I didn't do anything wrong. I feel like Steelborn just pulled over a couple of drunk chicks. What the hell's going on? Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Good job, Steelborn, breaking the girls' minds for doing a great job debating way above their mental. I'm paying your share of Jortlandia. Thank you. You're paid. Well, Steelborn does pay his fair share here. So I'd say you're paying for other freeloaders in the chat. You know who you are. This is so glim.
Okay, so what
It's the opposite of glam. It's like glam gone grim is glim. We figured it out. These are glam. It refers to young women. This is what it looks like.
What I feel like I'm hearing.
I feel like I'm hearing. I'm not hearing. I feel like I'm hearing. I have a feeling. I need to be rooted in my phalanx. Phalang mignon. Her thoughts. I'm holding my brain because I'm going to blow up. What episodes of True Crimes? Yeah. Can I watch? Is this like...
Is that...
What I'm feeling is...
Because there are things like, for instance, water boiling at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, and we all agree that that is the case, even though it's not tangible, that suggests a universe.
Can I debate Deconstruction Zone? Well, he was slated to debate me in person at Modern Day Debate in San Antonio, but he didn't want to defend his daily prompt, which is your God is imaginary. I explicitly said, yes, I will debate Justin from Deconstruction Zone on his very favorite topic, his very favorite prompt he runs every day, probably running it right now. And he said no. So the other time I engaged with him, Zane, is on his stream, and he kicked me because I pressed him on his epistemology. And he was like, I'm not getting precepts. You guys can't precept me. It's like, yeah, because that's the end of your entire live stream, dude. That's why. You know that you can't ground any of these other things. So, I'm not just a woman. I've talked to younger generations, men, and you get the same response when you run this argument. Well, yeah, it's a woman thing. It's not even a dig at women. It's just like we're misplacing them. They think I'll do this instead of being a mom. It's like, wow. Who told you to do that? A guy who wants to get in your pants?
Universal, like connected.
We don't even know what's in their pants these days.
Network of human beings, which is then.
Oh, the network of particulars. This is going to come up in my debate on Saturday against the physicalist. They're saying the connection of human beings, human minds connected, makes up the wholeness of like truth. That's how we get it, right? Autonomous epistemology.
Meant to suggest that God exists. Is that like generally what you're describing?
No, what I'm saying is
it's amazing.
The concept of truth Are things still true even if they're...
Steelborn says for 10, just wait, Jim Bob. They're going to tell me a rock can be a tree every time. Every time. Also, Jim Bob, another big 50. Thank you so much for that.
That is a big super.
It really is. It really is, Ramaswamy. Also, Jim Bob, I can't wait to see you on Andrew's TikTok panel and destroy some evolutionists. Here's to taking back the internet from these retards. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of my favorite. I despise TikTok generally, but once I go in there once in a while, I get my fix, and then I'm gone for another 3 months. Derek, thank you for the $5. Watching them short circuit when Steelborn asked if the truth would fall in the same category as morality is golden. Yeah, they don't even know how to process any of this.
There's no human mind, is what I'm asking.
We came up with the concept of truth. Yes, we came up with the concept of truth. That is different from things actually happening or things actually existing.
The concept of truth is actually different than things existing.
What?
So they deny a past then. I mean, that's what the angle I would take, Steelborn. You could run this with them. Not them, but obviously. They'll remember your name, by the way, Steelborn. They deny a past then. This is what's crazy is that the atheist relies mostly on induction. That's their entire scientific paradigm is philosophy, obviously, philosophy of science, but then the practice of inductive reasoning, looking to the particulars and drawing down a general truth from the particulars. The thing is, when you say the past exists, they have to say it doesn't exist, but their entire system of reasoning relies on a past, present, future concept, philosophically speaking. And yet they have to deny empirically that a past exists. But their concept of truth relies on it. So it's just another example of the atheist, materialist, assuming something, requiring that thing for knowledge, and then denying the ontology of that thing.
We created the concept of. What do you mean? Do you mean we described a phenomenon and gave it the word truth?
Yes,
or
an event that happened.
And another way of saying this, Steelborn, without them getting caught up with the term truth, you can use state of affairs. So in the past, if they believe they evolved from pond scum, which I'm starting to come around to the more I watch them, you say, is it the case that there was a reality with a state of affairs that operated in a certain way, right? Like planets operated a certain way, whatever you want to say, through gravity, water, physics. They would say, yeah, there's a truth about the state of the world. Okay, that comes before you. Sometimes, Steelborn, you have to use states of affairs in their language for them to understand you're imagining a world that exists without human beings talking about the world.
An event or something that happened, and we're like, hey, this is fact, it happened. We just created what a fact is to us. Like, other species don't have that in mind. Like, oh, this is a fact. Yes, it's something we conceptualize.
Oh my gosh. To species? Look, dude, lady, you believe we came from a species that's not us. There had to be a fact of the matter regardless of whether or not it was talked about.
So what I'm asking, okay, I'll just use the easiest example, the 3 laws of logic.
You should ask them what they are.
They have to be universal, and they actually can't be, or they have to be the case, because if you try to argue against the laws of logic, you have to appeal the laws of logic, and thus showing why there's a problem. And you actually can't even imagine a possibility where the laws of logic didn't exist. Like,
Steelborn, I hope you're wearing a wife beater at least for this call-in.
It's not even possible to do.
What does this have to do with God? Like, how are we getting...
What does a universal, unchanging, invariant conceptual law have to do with God?
Okay,
because from my perspective...
There's no
God
such thing as
God is easiest described as a universal mind, right? Because, God's not empirical.
No, I've never heard of that before. I've never heard somebody call him that in my life.
I also... So, I feel like what's interesting about...
Oh, she feels! Look, this is the second time feelsies went to her feelsies.
From my understanding, what's interesting about what you're presenting is elements of humanity and what humanity has determined to be true and what humanity has created, and kind of implying that because it is universally accepted, for instance, that water boils at 212, that the universality of it makes it a God claim, which I don't feel like
No, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the empirical aspect of it. What I'm talking about the fact is, would water still boil at 212 degrees? That would be a true statement, even if humans didn't exist, right? There would be no human minds necessary. That would still happen.
Yes,
that's a natural
but
phenomenon. That's regularity in nature.
Hold on. The thing would still happen, but without humans, there is no so-called truth.
Without humans, there's no truth. Atheism 101, boys and girls. Without humans, there's no truth, but humans came from a process that the propositions about the process, right? It needs to be true that humans were produced from a non-human world. I mean, dude, it was an exaggeration. It always was that women were strapped to their radiators, right, and to their kitchen. I think it should be actualized, honestly. You know,
because that is something we describe as humans. We created that concept.
This is the thing. This is a quick way to wrecking her, and you're doing great, by the way, Steelborn. But there's a little more like sharpness to this. If she says there's no truth before humans, ask her, was there a reality before humans? Didn't a process produce you, from your view? So you're saying there's no truth to the process that produced you. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's no truth that a undirected, biological, strictly determined process produced you.
Is that always true?
Yeah, if we say it
Can you give us a situation where it... Can you give us a situation where it would not be?
Okay, you said, I want to make sure I'm stealing that in here.
They deny a past. It's like, it's cut and dry. If you say there's no truth without humans, then they deny a past without humans.
You just said that.
That last question was the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Yeah, saying it's a dumb question. That's a cope. You just said the answer to that dumb question. Let's grant that it was a dumb question, which it wasn't. Your answer to that dumb question, lady, was the dumbest thing maybe that I've heard in a while.
There was no point. What?
Can you repeat your last statement about truth?
Yeah, exactly, Steelborn. Yeah, good job.
Something happening in our concept of calling it truth and connecting, describing that to better understand the world around us and humans.
Bro, how the F is a tree? There's no one. Yeah, there's no trees.
We came up with the word and the concept about what truth is. That is just a thing, a concept we use to describe something.
Great. Is it universal? Is it a universal concept? This is where you really wanted to take them, Steelborn. I mean, they're dumb, so it's not your fault, but she just said truth is a concept. Okay, we don't even hold that ultimately, but for the sake of argumentation, this is a great bridge or a defeater. You can use it either or. If they say truth is a concept, you say, is it a universal concept?
That thing being described still exists.
JB said he'd keep pushing back on, is that claim objective? Right. To establish that objectivity is something they're holding to while denying it.
It's just, there's no need for the truth concept.
Is that true?
Because there's no humans around. So who was using this truth concept? Who was using the truth concept when dinosaurs were walking around and there was no humans? Who needed
She just contradicted herself. Do you see how stupid these people are? They shouldn't vote. They should not vote. Who was using truth when there was dinosaurs walking around?
The truth concept. Does
Roof maxing.
that mean that nothing happened?
So there was a past then, right? There was a past that existed before humans? When the dinosaurs were...
Okay, hold on. So were humans around when dinosaurs were around?
No.
Okay, no, right? Was it still true that dinosaurs... Was it still true that that a T-Rex was not a Triceratops?
Yes, but we know
We're at row.
This.
We know this. I think atheist channels should actually sell a shirt that says "We know this." $5. If I were him, I'd start accusing them of lying no matter what they say. Yeah. You should just say there's no truth.
Okay,
because
now we have the law of identity
and physical. But we know this because of evidence that we have collected, physical evidence that we see.
We know this because of the law of identity, one of the three laws of logic. Right? This would be a T-Rex can only ever be a T-Rex. It can't be a T-Rex and a Triceratops.
Hold on. Do you think logic?
She just conflated describing bones and a conception of the past with what Steelborn actually said, which is the thing can't be not itself, which is funny. It's extra infuriating because evolution would posit that, well, no, it could actually, the universality of the category could actually morph.
Logic exists without humans. Do you think that's a thing anywhere else? Who else uses logic?
Yeah.
The world operates using the law. Look, this is another thing that they don't understand. When you say logic, this is why you have to be a little precise with these people. When you say logic, most of the time we're in our circles, we're kind of talking about the laws of logic, right? But they think you're talking about doing logic, the activity, like math. But it still applies to math too, like numbers. Right, the numbers go hand in hand with the law of identity, excluded middle, and non-contradiction. There's still a state of affairs happening before humans.
I think logic can be grounded in the mind of God.
Some animals actually use. Someone could argue. Yeah, I see that in chat. Someone could say that some animals use rudimentary types of reasoning, not a human kind of reasoning, level of reasoning, but yeah.
And so when we weren't here and the dinosaurs were, where was logic existing?
Yeah, exactly, lady. How are you not getting it? Look, this is a better way. Maybe Steelborn will say it. When dinosaurs existed in your worldview before humans, did the law of identity still apply to reality?
Was the T-Rex
in God's mind?
Triceratops?
You think they have a sense of logic? You think they make a choice and they're like,
holy crap, dude.
Dinosaurs understood logic. No.
Then what are you saying?
I'm asking.
See, Steelborn, next time you run this, don't go to the object, the dinosaur. Go to the ontology of the law of identity. So instead of saying, this is a way of saying it, what you did, but these people are actually dumb. The two of their brains, my 3-year-old son is smarter than the two of these people. You have to say, when the dinosaurs existed before humans, did the law of identity still apply to reality?
These are two different
You're not answering
animals,
my question.
but as defined by human beings who have been able to identify that they have different characteristics, and for our purposes, it made sense to put them in different categories.
They are retarded.
Well, we put them in different categories because they're not the same thing.
Well, in some ways they are. They're dinosaurs. They're warm-blooded animals. So in some ways, yes, they are.
That would be a different category. What I'm saying is the T-Rex is ontologically distinct from the Triceratops, right?
But they have similarities, but the reason that we put them in different categories is because
this, ironically, Steelborn, is how they have to view evolution. It's all arbitrary anyway. So that's what's so funny about it. When they point to categories, they also admit, she doesn't even know this, but it's all arbitrary categories to begin with. So, like the law of identity from these people, if you really press them on their worldview, a lot of times it's pushed to one big monist machine where there's actually no real distinctions. That's what's kind of funny about it, is that the thing you're trying to establish with them is the law of identity, and yet them being consistent with their worldview, at least in regards to things, life, living organisms, you know, the evolutionary mindset there is nominal. It's nominalism.
Because they have differences, and for the purposes of the humans who are studying these things, yeah,
human communication.
Yeah, it made sense to put them in different categories. Steelborn, what? Are you a tree?
I'm trying to demonstrate. No, I'm not a tree. I'm a person. I'm trying to demonstrate the law of identity to you. You can't be you and not you at the same time.
I understand. What does the law of identity have to do with God?
Perfect.
The three laws of logic can be grounded in universal minds. I'm trying to get through them real quick. So you can't. Okay, so you are you, right? So A equals A. We've got the law.
Okay. Look, Steelborn, she gave you a perfect question for this. The perfect answer to this question, what does that have to do with God? You ask, is the law of identity conceptual? You have to force them. You have to force the atheist to producing a category for something that's universal and conceptual, right? So she actually asked you directly the question.
Steelborn, what? Are you a tree?
I'm trying to demonstrate. No, I'm not a tree. I'm a person. I'm trying to demonstrate.
Just so you guys know, the attack here is you're trying to expose and unveil to the atheist the ontological status of the law of identity, not the application necessarily of the law of identity to objects. It's a good example, but it's actually the argument is about what is the actual status of the law itself, not the dinosaur. It's not about the dinosaur. It's about the law itself. What's the ontology of the law of identity? What is it? Is it conceptual? Well, obviously they have to admit the law of identity is not found in nature. There's nothing in nature called the law of identity. But it's universal and it holds before humans and after humans from their view. So that's where you want to take it.
Demonstrate the law of identity to you. You can't be you and not you at the same time.
I understand. What does the law of identity have to do with God?
The three laws of logic can be grounded in universal minds. I'm trying to get through them real quick. So you can't. Okay, so you are you, right? So A equals A. We've got the law of identity. Can a tree be a rock at the same time?
They are unknowingly admitting that truth has a personhood. Yeah, well, that's ultimately the goal, is to argue that for sure. I did this for a purpose. For Jim Bob in the chat, laugh. Yeah, that makes sense. Great future weapon versus the machine. They need to keep us humans around, for everything else will magically stop working. Yeah, men.
No.
Yes, through quantification, actually, they totally can.
Oh my God, yeah, T. Okay, there you go.
Tree can be a rock yes. at the same time as a tree?
Apparently, yes.
A tree can be a rock at the same time?
If we also, a tree could also,
Bro.
hold on, a tree
Bro.
could be a rock if we called it a rock as humans.
Well, we know you believe this, because if you call a man a woman, it's suddenly a woman. These people are fucking insane. Excuse my language. They really should be locked up.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying the term tree. I'm saying the thing tree. The thing we're pointing to when we say tree. Can that be?
It's just unbelievable. And they vote, and they take office positions. It's like
Jim Bob, it's me, Vagine.
Oh, yeah, Vagine.
There is an evolved man in your Discord
yeah.
VC that
Let's move
wants
over.
to debate evolution.
Okay. All right, let's do it. You guys ready? Are you guys ready? You guys ready to debate evolution? You guys, actually, it might not even be a debate. It might be, he's going to teach me. You guys ready to be taughted? Well, are ya? All right, let's test audio. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
All right, let's test the audio. Oh, hold on a second.
Testing. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I got you. Good. All right, cool. All right.
Excellent.
What's your name?
My name is Will.
Hey, Will. Nice to meet you. I'm Jim Bob.
Nice to meet you as well, Jim Bob. I am very excited. I love talking about evolution.
Awesome. Well, let's start with defining what's meant by evolution when you say evolution.
It is the change in allele frequencies within a population over time.
And is that an observation?
Yes, there are many examples of allele frequencies changing within populations.
Okay, so then if a scientific theory is more than the observation, how is the theory of evolution, as you would say, distinct from the observation of changing alleles?
Well, let me ask you some questions. Do you know how DNA works?
How it works? Not exactly, but no.
All right, well, are you familiar with the term central dogma of genetics?
No.
Well, basically, you know what DNA is, right? It's the genetic code, as one would say, which exists in every cell of a living organism, which is the instructions on how to make that organism.
Right, but do you need an organism first, or?
No, DNA and RNA, they can replicate themselves. In fact, viruses are non-living because they don't meet the criteria for being called living because they don't have cells. Yet they also experience evolution because of their genetic material.
Okay, but the thing is, if we can't agree on what evolution is, there's no point in diving in. So that's why if changes in allele frequency is merely a local observation we have of organisms, micro, macro, then I'm trying to understand what the evolutionary theory is if it's distinct from the observation of changes in allele frequency.
Well, they are related. You see, DNA, to get back to the explanation of how DNA works. So you have DNA, which is the long-term storage of genetic material. In order to convert DNA into proteins, which is what DNA codes for, DNA must first be transcribed into RNA, which is a different form of genetic information, which is then translated into proteins.
Okay.
And since DNA codes for proteins, a change in DNA would thus change the protein, which would thus change the structure. But that doesn't always happen. I have a lot of notes in depth to explain genetics.
Okay, so how do you get from observation of changes in allele frequency locally to the idea, let's say, that an organism or a population of organisms that doesn't yet have a liver produces a liver from genetic mutation?
I heard the liver argument yesterday. So what this is I wouldn't want to say bad faith because that's a leftist term. In no way, I would like to make that clear. In no way am I some lefty atheist here. I just know a lot about the subject. But in order for a liver to evolve, it first would need, well, that's the function of a liver. It's to filter blood. In order to have a liver, you first need a circulatory system, so that would be a prerequisite. But I'm guessing you're going to ask me, how does an organism evolve a circulatory system?
Well, it's a fair question. If all the mechanisms that do stuff are a product of evolution, including a liver or a circulatory system or this or that or a heart or a brain, if it's true, if the claim is that this random mutation process actually creates a pathway to developing a higher functioning, hyperspecific functioning thing like a liver or circulatory system, then it would follow that the process that you're appealing to actually did produce it, right? So this is what I find kind of interesting about the evolution arguments is that it never fails. You either grant yourself a population without explaining how you got a population, or you grant yourself at the more micro level or moderately micro level. You say, well, I need a proto liver. I need a proto something. Please give me something to work with. But the problem is the thing that you're granting yourself, and you definitely telegraphed it well, is that you keep granting yourself the starting thing. But evolution actually has to produce the starting thing.
I forgot who exactly did this, but there was a study, if you want to fact check this, some scientist, forgot what his name was, but he recreated the conditions of what the early Earth would have been like before life with all of the chemicals that are predicted to have been there.
How
And
did he do
shocked
that?
it.
Wait. How did he know the? How did he know the conditions?
Oh, I'm not sure, but he shocked it.
Okay.
He shocked it. Well, I wasn't prepared to bring this part up. I have a bunch of other stuff prepared. But he shocked it. He's like, if you do some chemistry, it will create the building blocks of life, the amino acids and stuff. But there is the question, how do those come together? And I'm not saying that I know or anybody knows where the origin of non-living things became living things.
Well, we're not talking about that. I'm actually granting you at least something, right? If you grant yourself first replicators, we're not getting to abiogenesis. It might be related, parallel related, but it's actually inconsequential right now because I'm actually granting you an entire population of an organism that's hyperfunctional, can reproduce already. I'll even give you reproduction itself. So a population, it just doesn't have any semblance of a liver at all. There's nothing there that says a liver. And so what I'm asking you is, how does random mutation in the process you call evolution, changes in allele frequency, produce a liver from not a liver inside a population? How does that occur mechanically?
Well, if there is a mutation in DNA, it will cause a change in the shape and function of a protein. So I know you said you don't accept the term proto-liver, but that is how it would have come about. Is you have a small mutation which causes tissue, the proteins in the tissue, to have a different function, which then would either benefit the organism, not benefit it. It has no benefit or downside, or it would kill it. And
Well, it sounds like your answer was it happened. But I'm asking how. So you said a random mutation occurs, which there's
you're
several
asking
types.
how a mutation happens?
Well, no. There's 3 kinds of mutations, right? Just generally speaking. Yeah. Three types. Hello?
There's point mutations, there's reversals, and there are duplications or deletions.
Okay. So if the more rare one you're talking about produces what you call a beneficial alteration, the beginning of a process that then leads to some beneficial mechanism, it's not yet there in the mutation, right? It's not present. That's just the start, you're saying, is the start. But what I asked you is mechanically, the mechanism itself, you're saying a random mutation happened in the past in a population that didn't have a liver, and it set off a cascading event that eventually produced the liver. That's just restating it happened. I'm asking you, how does a random mutation produce a liver? You said it does.
I said, yes, the proteins which are coded for in the DNA, which was mutated, has a change in function, which is, you know what cancer is, right?
Yeah,
you know what a
but
tumor is?
Yeah.
So cancer is an observable mutation in the somatic cells of an organism, and in this case, it is a mutation which is deadly. Which not all mutations are beneficial, but the appearance of a liver would be similar to the appearance of a tumor, which is what happens in tumors is there's a mutation in the DNA that turns off the cell's signal to do apoptosis, which is the cell essentially killing itself because something in the cell realizes that there's something wrong with it, so it would kill itself.
Okay, hold on a second. There's a lot there. Hold on a second. You're making the analogy to cancer, which has somewhat varying and unpredictable levels of mass that it becomes from the multiplication of the cells, right? But if you're saying a liver is produced similar to the way cancer is produced, what is it that you're pointing to that can generate the universal size of the liver in perpetuity in a population, because cancer happens inside the lifeline of one individual, right? That happens, and you look at it and you go, oh, wow, that grew really fast. If you're saying the liver grew, you're actually expanding the timeline in which a liver grows, like cancer, because cancer's turbo. You're saying a liver is slow-mo, right? And so you're saying that the liver from not liver grew out like cancer, metastasizes, and eventually in the population, even though we know cancer grows in the individual, not the population level, like we don't get a random, suddenly everybody in the population has cancer if there's not a known cause. It doesn't happen just genetically, suddenly everyone has cancer.
Well,
You
I
have
was
to say,
using the cancer analogy just to provide an example of mutations occurring in cells, which gives them a different function.
Yeah,
Now,
but that doesn't give you specialized function, though. Like the liver has a very specialized function, and you have to say that, like cancer, it starts from a globular thing that doesn't do anything at first, and then eventually hyper specializes its function, not only in an individual body, it does a little bit, and then the next generation, the sun has a globular thing, right? Well, the thing is, like, cancer grows as a mass in a body, but it doesn't follow that the offspring has the same mass and function of that cancer in their body. So you're actually insinuating that it's like cancer, but it's actually nothing like cancer, because what we know of cancer is that it's isolated inside the body we already have that has a lot of organs in it already.
Again, I just gave the cancer example as an example of how DNA mutation can cause a tissue to acquire a different function. And I already said before that there are 3 types of mutations, which are ones that will do nothing, provide no benefit or advantage or disadvantage, one that would be deadly to an organism, and ones that do provide a benefit. So
yeah. We're talking about the beneficial ones, right? The cancer one is usually not
an example of not a beneficial.
Yeah. So the thing is, when we talk about hyper specialized function, the cancer blob itself doesn't add any benefit. Yeah. Hold on, my wife's walked out.
All right.
Can anyone hear me?
All right, sorry about that. So I would ask you, would you agree that cancer itself is has no direction or teleology?
Well, cancer itself is not a heritable thing, which is what I'm going to get to. The only way that you can inherit a mutation is with.
Hold on, you didn't ask. Hold on, you're not listening to my question.
Yeah.
Cancer itself, when it grows, it has no direction toward any function when it grows.
Yes, which is why it is an example of a mutation that is bad. See,
okay, hold on. No. You're saying they don't matter, but that doesn't mean they don't matter. Do you agree that the random mutation? Hold on. You're interrupting.
You are picking apart my example.
I am picking you apart for sure.
That don't matter.
Hold on. You're just declaring. No. Hold on. You're declaring. No, you're declaring. Stop, dude. Stop it. You're declaring it doesn't matter, so you don't have to answer.
Calm down.
No, you calm down. You're interrupting me when I'm trying to ask you a question. Okay.
Look, I'm very angry.
Look. No. It is angering when you just go. What you're saying doesn't matter. Okay. It does matter.
You're also interrupting me. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, I stopped you and I said I want to clarify something, and you didn't answer my question about cancer. I didn't ask if it's inheritable. Dude, you're interrupting me again, man.
You interrupt my.
You just interrupted me. I asked you a question about the direction of cancer. I didn't ask if it's inheritable. I said when cancer grows, it's not growing toward a direction of functionality. And the answer is yes, that's correct. That's all you need to say.
We're going in circles here. I don't
No,
think
we're
you have
not.
the
We're not.
biological
Dude.
or genetic knowledge to
No,
understand
now you're just grandstanding. Okay, so look, I'm asking you a really clean question here, and you're not able to answer a simple yes or no question. I thought you'd be able to do that. So
Well,
can
what-
you
what
answer
do you
yes?
mean by- Yes,
Can you,
the cancer has no direction within
Okay.
the body because
Got
it is
you.
a mutation that is
Okay.
deadly.
Okay. Does the mutation that produces the beginning toward a functioning liver have a direction toward a functioning liver?
If it is a tissue, so in the hypothetical proto-liver, which you have no example of, and I don't have any example of, we can merely think about what this thing could be, which is why this is a bad example.
You didn't answer my question. When the random mutation happens that produces the beginning of a proto-liver and toward the hyper-functional liver that we know today that filters toxins, right, among other things in the body, did the random mutation that happened have a direction toward the hyper-specific functionality of the current liver?
Well, in the case of the liver, I would say yes, but then you would just say that, well, how do you know that? Because
No.
we have livers today, you know?
No,
It's
I wouldn't say
because
that.
In the proto-liver, in the proto-liver that we are discussing here, the only reason that we would know that a liver would have evolved under the theory of evolution is by acknowledging that every vertebrate has a liver today.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
you'll say that's not a good point.
Well, no, that's not getting into how it is. What I'm getting into, I'm not talking about categorizing vertebrae and invertebrate and what's different about them. That's something we could observe. We're talking about a process that you're saying exists. That's why I asked if a random mutation that's actually truly random that creates some sort of mutation in a body. If that's what you're saying causes hyper-specialized functionality years and years later, then I want to know how is it that a random mutation produces not only the first iteration toward a proto-liver, but consecutive random mutations toward hyper-specific function? How does that happen?
Here's the thing. If your mutation develops into a tissue which has some capacity to filter blood based on the proteins, and it seems like you're assuming that we're just talking about one mutation occurring which would cause this liver to happen. It's not just one
No,
thing.
I just said successive. I said if one random mutation is the beginning, is it not true that you need consistent other mutations to keep the facilitation of this building the liver over a long period of time going?
Well, so a liver is a blood filter, so would first have to have this tissue that evolves, which could filter blood based on the function of the protein, and judging on how modern day animals filter their blood without livers, because there are animals that have blood and do not have livers. They do it based on what's the word? Not osmosis, diffusion. They do it based on diffusion. So an animal that can eliminate waste from its body better than diffusion, which is now what this new tissue is able to do, would give that organism an advantage, allowing it to survive to reproductive to be able to reproduce. Animals, the genes now being passed on to that next generation, give the offspring a advantage at survival.
Yeah,
and
you're
thus,
you're
the
saying
ones that survive, ones that reproduce and survive, have
Story
the
time.
benefit of this thing.
I understand.
Mutations,
Oh my gosh,
successive
man.
mutations, which would improve the function of the liver, would just
Yeah.
they would stack upon each other successive generations.
Well, you're
until
telling a
you have
story.
what we have the liver.
You're telling a story, right? And I understand the story you believe is happening, but you're literally just saying the chapters of the story and what happened through the chapters. And I'm asking you the specifics of if we start with one random mutation that produces the beginning, right, of a proto-liver, the thing that filters, like cells that filter toxins, right, just generally speaking. You're saying the succession of random mutations eventually produces a hyper-specialized all-inclusive little mechanical device called the liver that we have today. I'm merely asking you a question. How is it that occurs? You're saying that it occurs again, that it occurs.
See, this is a bad example. This is why I call this example bad faith, because the only way to explain this example is by using the theory of evolution, which you already say is false. So this isn't getting us anywhere. So I'm going to take us back to DNA here. All right.
Wait a second. Hold on. Let me just clarify. Let me. So, okay, I know that you would want to get off the subject, but the reasoning, I just want to get your reasoning. So you're declaring that it's bad faith for me to ask about the positive claim that random mutation produces a hyper-specialized liver. That's bad faith because you said the only way that makes sense is if you accept that it's true?
Well, let me explain to you how we have evidence for
Talk about bad faith,
evolution.
man.
Right.
Total projection, man.
Anyway, all right, back to DNA.
No. Let's do the theory. Let's do the theory. That's
DNA. Okay?
Dude, I don't want to learn about DNA because I grant the actual.
It would tell you how evolution actually works.
No. You would have to tell me how evolution works, which you failed. And now look, what I asked you at the beginning here is
there is no fossil evidence for how a liver evolved. So
did I ask you? No. That's not rational.
You literally did.
No. So
then
I
why
asked
are
you
asking irrational questions.
I asked you at the beginning. Is there a distinction between changes in allele frequency? Dude,
let me
listen.
Explain to you how evolution.
I'm asking.
Works.
No. Let me ask you first.
It is not directional.
I'm gonna mute you if you can't. I'm gonna mute you if you can't answer. If you just can't listen. Okay. I asked you at the beginning because you brought up the theory of evolution versus just the description of allele changes. Right. I asked you very point blank. First question
is
to
why
this.
I brought up DNA.
Dude, you're not listening still.
It with the liver thing.
You're not listening. No. Is there a difference between the theory of evolution and the observation of changes in allele frequency?
No, they're the same thing.
Okay, so an observation can be a theory?
Theories are based on observations.
You're in a contradiction, bro.
Conversation now.
No. This is my show. I direct the conversation. Okay, you just contradicted. You just made a distinction that you denied. Okay, I just asked if there's any difference between the observation of changes in allele frequency and a theory of evolution. You said no, and then I said, oh, so any observation is a theory, and you said no, it's different than a theory. So which is it, buddy?
Theories are based on observation.
I know that.
You don't see a tree growing outside. You don't see a tree with green leaves, and you say,
"Yeah,
I am observing trees have green leaves. My theory is
right.
that trees have green leaves
I know
because
that.
they look good."
Thank you. You just eloquently laid out why it's ridiculous to say changes in.
You're not.
You keep interrupting.
Let me
you
give
keep
you
interrupting, bro.
evidence
You're a rude. You're a rude person, man. Because I'm trying to get to.
Rude.
I know I'm rude, but I'm not. I'm trying to let you talk and then let me respond. But then when I respond, you talk over me. So I asked you a question. If there's a difference between the theory of evolution and a mere observation, which from my view, there has to be a difference between a theory and just an observation. A theory is based first on an observation, in fact, like you said. So if the observation is changes in allele frequency, can you tell me how you got to the theory?
Well, that's why I was explaining DNA, so that this would actually make sense to you.
Observation is changes in allele frequency. What's the next stage of the scientific method?
It's based off of multiple observations here, all right? All right, so let me explain to you how DNA works, all right? You have the 4 nucleotides of DNA. You have A, T, C, and G. The sequence of nucleotides is called a codon. Codons code for a specific amino acid and protein. We already talked about this. There is something in the genetic code called redundancy of the genetic code, where you have a sequence of 3 nucleotides, which is what codes for the codon. The 3 nucleotides make the codon, which codes for the amino acid. Redundancy in the genetic code means that multiple sequences of codons code for the same amino acid. And this can be explained as insurance for point mutations, which are the most common mutations that occur, are point mutations. So, if a point mutation occurs in a codon, in order to render it non-functional, or in order to avoid it being rendered non-functional, there are several different sequences for an amino acid from a codon.
So how does this process produce not only individual things, like, because you said the process that facilitates the making of a liver or a brain or a heart is basically accidental. It's random. And now you're describing what DNA does. But the problem is, I can grant you everything that DNA does descriptively, because you could look in and watch it do things like that. But the difference between me and you is what you're describing doesn't in any way, shape, or form get you to from point A, an animal not having a heart, to point B, having a heart, by describing DNA. You don't get that, actually. I would like you to skip to the point where you say DNA does this, produces a random mutation, and then voila, a million years or however many years you need, it produces a functioning heart that does something specific. I still haven't heard how that happens.
You know what a dog is, right?
A dog?
A dog?
Yeah, under your view, that's
DOG?
arbitrary. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many breeds of dogs there are? Why are there different breeds of dogs? Why are dogs so different from each other?
So dog is a universal species? I just want to make sure you're saying that.
The dog, in technical terms, is a subspecies of the wolf, the gray wolf, which is Canis lupus.
Is that objective or arbitrary? Under evolution, is that objective or arbitrary, that category?
That category of Canis lupus?
Yeah, is that arbitrary or objective?
Well, there are several species concepts, but that's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is wolves, or dogs, are descended from wolves. Their scientific name is Canis lupus familiaris.
Is that arbitrary, that category you just said?
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
I'm
it doesn't matter if you're saying
it.
It doesn't matter if you're saying something arbitrarily is the case or objectively.
Why are there different kinds of dogs? Can you explain to me how dog breeding works? Do you understand how that works? How do you go from... Because dog breeding is something that's undeniably true. You have all of these different kinds of dogs because people selectively bred them and made them that way.
Okay, and how does that get you from a non-heart to a heart?
We're not talking about that.
I was asking you about a heart. How'd you get a dog from not a dog, though, right?
If I engage with these examples that you're giving, it's just bad faith garbage.
It's not bad faith, dude, because look, you're bad faith because I asked you a question. Under the evolutionary view, you're appealing to categories.
You're not. This is a very complex,
I don't
science.
care.
I understand that your brain is not large enough to understand it.
Stop interrupting
You're
me.
Interrupting me. If you're going to interrupt me, I'm going to interrupt you. All right?
I just asked you a question about the category.
We have already established.
Is it arbitrary or not?
DNA is heritable. It can change. You get dog breeds by selectively breeding dogs.
You start with dogs.
How do you get a Great Dane and a Chihuahua?
You have to have a dog first, right?
You start with a wolf.
Yeah,
where did the wolf come from?
Well, actually, under evolution, is it fair to ask that, from your view, isn't it fair to ask?
Can you just...
Dude, you keep interrupting me, man.
You're interrupting me.
I let you stop, and I'm talking now. I didn't interrupt you, actually. You interrupted me and said, where did a wolf come from, before I even got any question out, right? You interrupted. So listen for a second, okay? I know you're in a tough spot here. So if evolution is true, the wolf itself, the beginning of the dogs, right? The beginning of the dogs is the wolf, the canine label, right, that you said. Isn't that the product of something that's not canine, though, from the evolutionary view?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the specifics of how dog breeds work. You're derailing it to something that is not relevant to what my point is.
You got to start with something that's a category of a wolf, though.
Jim Bob, can I engage with this dog breed argument real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I just want to learn a little bit. So you're saying that a Great Dane and a Chihuahua are the same species, Canis familiaris, I believe.
It's because they can interbreed with each other. That is what constitutes a species. That's one of the
species. And they interbreed with Canis lupus, a wolf?
Yes, they can, actually. There are wolf dogs.
Okay, so you already then just messed up because you said because they can interbreed, they're the same species. So why is Canis lupus separate from Canis familiaris?
Because there are enough genetic differences and physical differences between them that we would consider them different categories.
Great. How much difference do you need? Because you also just mentioned a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. There's a big difference between those two.
They can still interbreed with each other. That they are still part of the same subspecies.
Okay, so back to the wolf. Why is the wolf then outside, but it can interbreed? There's too much difference between a wolf and, say, a husky, which is also Caninus familiaris?
The wolf is the wild type of the populations.
Oh,
of
so
wolves
that's
that we have
another
now are
category,
the
but
wild
that's
type.
everybody
Hold on,
wild
you're interrupting
versus
me. You're interrupting me.
domestic.
You're interrupting me.
Wild.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so the wolves are the wild type. Dogs
Like
are the
Pokemon, right?
domesticated. Oh shit, that's silly. Don't even say that.
Like what?
Dogs are the domesticated version of a wolf, which is why we give them the different name.
Ah, gotcha. Okay,
So
well then
the way that you can get different types of dogs. Look up what a pug looked like 100 years ago. Pugs
I
look
agree.
substantially different. But why
Yeah,
is that?
totally.
If DNA
yeah.
is the heritable piece of genetic information that codes for the organism, how does it change over time? You've acknowledged that pugs and dog breeds have changed over time. That is evolution, which is what
but
my
it's
point
never.
is.
But the thing is, it's never. What's posited under evolution though isn't. Is some point at which the thing itself, the category itself, produces something outside of ultimately the category, right? So if a wolf is the starting point that you're granting yourself for the changes you see with dogs, the variation of the kinds of dogs is still well within the category, right? So even if that's granted, it doesn't actually demonstrate what you ultimately have to hold is that, for instance, humans. Really simple answer to this question. From your view, did humans actually evolve downstream from something entirely not a human at some point?
Yes, we share a common ancestor with chimpanzees about 7 million years ago. There is fossil evidence of these.
It's a yes or no answer, dude.
Transitional fossils.
Yes or no
answer. It's not
answer.
a yes or no.
It
if
is.
you simplify it to a yes or no, then you're just being reductive. You're being very reductive.
Okay.
You're making things not make any sense.
So the answer is, so the long form answer you're giving me is yes, humans come from, are descendants of something that's entirely not human, right? Entirely not human, right?
What does that even mean? What do you mean by that?
I mean that something that came before us, like a slug or something, Luca, the first common ancestor, or anything before monkeys even, right? There has to be something that isn't even anatomically similar to a monkey or an ape. There has to be something in our past, from your view, that's anatomically different than us, such that we don't even call it the same thing entirely. It's universally a different thing.
That's why I bring up the examples of dogs.
Dogs don't change.
The wolf has different hairs. Yes, they do. What are you talking about?
They're still the same category, dude.
The genetic variation that you see within dogs, you acknowledge
they're still in the category.
Right?
You just affirmed my conclusion. Is within dogs? Is that a category within
dogs? There are golden retrievers. There are huskies.
Within
there
dogs,
are Great Danes. There are other things.
Yeah.
These are
is
all
there anything not a dog?
Is
there anything inside of the dog category that's not a dog?
Of course. Then it wouldn't be a dog. That's a human-made concept.
Great. So then, why is that true for humans? You just said humans come from not humans.
There is a ancestor of humans. We belong to the group called hominids. There's an ancestor of humans, which would be chimpanzee. Like everybody says, your view is a chimp gave birth to a human. That's not true.
No, I didn't say that.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that at all, you liar. I didn't say that at all. You said that humans come from something that are human-like, and then if you keep going back, you get further.
Australopithecus afarensis.
You keep interrupting, dude.
Non-human.
Yeah. Great. So there's a moment of when something becomes human, right?
Anatomical modern humans appear. I think it was.
I didn't say when.
500,000 years ago.
So how do you know?
Yes, you did.
No. I'm not talking about when, right? I'm talking about what's the distinction that you know something became human?
You can look at the anatomy.
No. That doesn't tell me. What about the anatomy that's similar to something previous that makes something a human and something not a human?
Skull size and shape, just the skeletal structure of you can look at a chimp skeleton and a human skeleton and know there's a difference between them.
Well, no. I didn't ask whether there's differences in anatomy and similarities. Like by that standard, someone who's born with a small head and a small body, you would say they're not human. So what makes them human?
That they have the DNA, which is classified as anatomically modern human, which codes for an anatomically modern human.
No. The question is, at what point did you determine that something was no longer its previous and it was now a new thing called a human? How did you determine that?
We can't determine that based on living species. That's a question that's unanswerable. We can only make approximations based on fossil evidence.
Okay, so the deliberation that has been done and the assumption that how many years ago humans arrived on the scene is based on something you don't even have a standard for saying what arrives on the scene definitionally. You don't even know what you're referring to that arises on the scene, admittedly.
Yes, because we wouldn't have fossil evidence for it if that's what you're even trying to say. I don't even know what you're trying to say here.
You don't even know the shit you're in. So if you're
nonsensical.
No, I'm not nonsensical. If you say how many millions of years ago or 200,000 years ago, is that still the narrative?
If you would actually let me explain how evolution actually works and
you haven't. You can't. You can't describe how it works.
You keep interrupting me.
You're describing DNA.
You don't know anything.
That's not an argument, man. You're getting cooked here.
DNA is part of evolution.
How?
I explained to you.
No. How does it produce? How does it produce
DNA
new types?
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. So DNA can change. DNA can change.
Right.
Which, based on mutations, which I explained, DNA is the coding for an organism. DNA can change. Thus, the organism that inherits changed DNA is different.
Wow, that's top tier shit. That's top tier shit. So it has parents already? Didn't parents need to evolve?
Asexual reproduction is real. I explained to you. I said earlier, I'm not interested in explaining the Luca. I'm not interested in explaining. How do you
go from? Well, no, not the origin of life. I'm granting you life. How do you go
from? You imply that you're where is the parent?
How do you go from non-parents to parents using random mutation?
What does that even mean? That makes no sense.
Okay, asexual means you could reproduce internally. You don't need to outsource your sex, right? You just reproduce internally, right? Sex, the way we see it today with a man and a woman, a penis and a vagina.
You know the definition of sexual reproduction?
Just stop, dude. I understand sexual reproduction includes asexual, hermaphroditic, and two. I'm asking you a very clear question here. Please don't interrupt. There was a time where a penis and a vagina didn't occur among the mammals, right? So I'm asking you, how does a random mutation, anything descriptively with DNA, produce two sexes, a penis and a vagina? How does that happen?
Well, your concept, here's the thing. Sex existing at all implies that evolution is real, because if evolution was not real, if genetic variation did not exist, if genetic variation and heritability of genetics did not influence survivability at all, everything would be asexual. Men and women would not exist.
Yeah, I know. That's a killer to your argument, though. Why? Because no, listen to me. I let you talk. Let me respond, okay? So if evolution is true, then sex itself as an activity and a mechanism would have to be produced by evolution, right?
You know what sexual reproduction is?
Oh my gosh, would you answer I don't care. However you refer to it, is it true that sexual reproduction would have to be a mechanism that was produced by evolution?
Yes, because
Great. So how do you get to
microbiology? All right,
dude. How do you you're gonna dodge? You're in shit right now. You're in shit right now.
Do you know how bacteria sexually reproduce? Bacteria have sex with each other. Do you know how that's possible?
How?
I've never watched it. Tell us.
Well, there is a circle, a little ring of DNA inside bacteria, which is not part of its genome. Bacteria can pick up DNA from the environment and integrate it into their own genomes. That is a form of sexual reproduction. Right. And bacteria have a structure called a pilus in which they can exchange genetic information with each other.
Did they evolve that? Okay, so so this is the thing. You're in the same spot no matter where you go, micro, macro. You just described something.
Because you just don't understand it.
No, stop. That's fallacious, okay? I understand what you're saying. This is the problem, is you don't understand the question is this. You just described a bunch of mechanisms inside a bacteria that allowed it to do a thing. I asked you point blank, isn't it necessarily true that the process of evolution produced that very mechanism? You said yes.
See, your questions make no sense. Your questions are
Unbelievable.
all in bad faith because you already don't believe in the process of evolution.
No. Let me do it again. You just described
getting
something.
nowhere.
No. You just described sex in bacteria, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
The sex in bacteria, the mechanisms to the ring that you pointed to, under evolution, wasn't it the case that the bacteria you're pointing to once didn't have that ring?
What is even your point? You're not.
Oh my gosh, dude! The bacteria that has the sexual ring you referred to as the mechanism, was there a time under the evolutionary view where that bacteria, that population, didn't actually have that? It had to evolve that.
I don't know how it would have evolved, but it did.
Oh, it just did, but you don't know how. Exactly my point. It just did.
Well, I already explained. Bacteria.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guy calls in. I'm going to explain evolution to you. How does it happen? It just did, and there we have it.
I don't know. I'm not a.
No shit, dude. No
evolution.
shit. Exactly. No shit.
A bacteria can pick up a plasmid from its environment. That is a type of sexual reproduction without actually having to engage with another individual.
That's right. Why would you need to then express two individuals then from one individual?
Because of genetic recombination, which genetic diversity is good within populations because it helps them deal with change, which helps the DNA be replicated further.
No, that's silly because if you're going to say that there's a moment between sex happening internally to splitting off into a male and a female counterparts, right, that actually, the process for that to happen, first of all, is very risky and it spends a lot of energy and resources and a lot of risk to the environment to go out and try to do that. You have to actually perfect that.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that that's risky?
How do I know that it's risky to outsource
an organism where that's risky?
Okay, is it risk to fight? Is it a risk to an organism to fight for the female?
Yes, it is.
There you go. You need an example. Roasted body bag.
You're not even talking about
It's a risk.
Sexual selection. Sexual selection is different from natural selection.
Hold on. I know that, but if you're saying there's a process where sex happens internally, it's all in-house, and it moves from in-house to out-house, external, it splits up into two things, right? The moment you have a penis and a vagina, you have sexual selection. You have competition.
That's not true at all. There are many organisms that have penises and vaginas that do not engage in sexual selection.
Okay,
do you know what sexual selection is? Can you explain to me what sexual selection means? Do you even know what that means?
Yeah. How is it relevant though to your claim?
Because if you don't understand the definition of the word and you're arguing
it's 2 words
based on a definition that doesn't, you know what I mean. See, semantics, bullshit semantics like that. This is how you grift. You're a grifter, dude.
What's the grift? What do you mean?
You're bad faith, man.
What do you bad faith? You're the one who can't answer any questions I have.
Anyway, bottom line, you're a grifter. Okay.
What is a grifter?
You just deflected. One second. You just deflected away from the main point that Jim Bob was saying is like why would this organism that like has its own internal structure, like why would it ever develop to have two different sexual reproductions?
Because the exchange of genetic information and the recombination of genetic information is beneficial to an organism's survival because it helps it adapt.
How did it know before it tried it that diversity would help it? How does it know that?
It's a blind process. It does not know.
No, in terms of
a mutation, just guesses.
It's also not necessary because hold on. It's not necessary because for the the larger portion of its existence, it actually existed and survived just fine without it. So why are you introducing that it needed it?
I'm not saying it needed it. I'm saying that it randomly happened. It gave a benefit to the organism, which is why it persisted and kept going, because it was good for the organism, gave that organism a survival advantage.
Not immediately. Not immediately. No, not immediately. Why are you
organisms that organisms that did not have that advantage died out. Thus, the one with that advantage reproduced and
That's not
spread
true.
that gene.
That's not true, actually. Why? Because there's a process.
Why is that not true?
I'll tell you. I'm telling you right now. If there's a process from in-house sexual reproduction to external sexual reproduction by splitting. You're saying that's an advantage. It's actually not an advantage until it's done, right? So you have a long period of time, right? It's not immediately. It's not like it splits and suddenly there's a penis and a vagina that's operating, right? So in fact, there's a long process in which the mechanism. Dude, you're not letting me finish.
Do you think that an organism said, "I need a penis" one day? You
No,
think an organism just said, "I want a penis"?
No, I
and
didn't
grew a
say
penis?
that. I didn't say that. It's actually
That's
the
basically
opposite.
what he's saying.
No,
Why-
I'm actually.
An organism
dude,
does not need to know the benefit that a
I
trait would
didn't,
occur to it.
dude. I didn't say it did. I'm saying the process between going internal to external sex, right? That process, you don't have an immediate advantage to starting that process.
Well, here's the thing: you can track the different
Total dodge.
sexual
This
development.
fucking guy, dude. The
You can
worst
track
faith
the
person I've
sexual
ever
development.
engaged with, actually.
You can track sexual development by looking at fishes, amphibians, reptiles.
They
and then
already
mammals.
have the developmental pathways, dude.
What do you mean by that?
You can track fish development because they already have it in them to develop these pathways. We're talking about developing an entirely new pathway altogether for the animal in the population. So, like, you just totally avoided my question. My statement is which is this: if you go from internal in-house sexual reproduction, you're actually doing quite fine without branching out to two-part sexual activity. So you're saying, well, we branched off to two-part sexual activity because it was an advantage. Well, no, it's not an advantage right away. In fact, you're spending resources and calories developing something that's actually not functioning yet. So you have to give time for the penis and the vagina to operate and grow to the 3 inches that you have to be able to have sex with the opposite sex, right? That doesn't happen from one genetic mutation. So what we're asking you is, no, it's actually not true that it's an advantage. In fact, it's a disadvantage for more of the time it's developing than it's an advantage.
Well, that's actually not true. There are many ways that you can reproduce. There are the cloacal kiss. Birds, many birds do not have penises. Ducks are the only birds that have penises. The cloacal kiss is the exchange of sperm between from male to female, where they just put their cloacas together. Ducks have penises. And have you ever seen a duck penis? This is an argument for evolution. Have you ever seen a duck penis? You know what they look like?
Yeah, I've seen a duck penis. Is it true that a duck once didn't have a penis?
Actually, here's the thing. The ancestors of birds had penises. Ducks are the ones
Did those ancestors once not have a penis?
From fish and amphibian, yes.
Okay.
All the way back 300 million years ago.
So what you're arguing is that the process of growing a penis into its functioning length and operation includes not using the penis for a long period of time. We'll call it 1/8 of a nub you have to hold is growing, even though it's not providing any advantage to the organism, right?
Even if a penis is small, that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be functional.
No. Before it's a penis, dude, you don't just get a penis, right? Under evolution, the penis has to be developed over a long period of time, right?
Yes.
Great. So there's a long period of time in which a penis doesn't do anything, regardless of its size. It just doesn't do anything because it's not developed to do what it does. At some point, you think randomly that a penis developed functionally, but also parallel to a vagina.
Here's where I got you.
Hold on. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish, man. So if a penis developed parallel to a vagina, they developed completely unrelated to each other, right?
Here's where I got you.
You're not going to fucking answer my question. You're the worst person ever.
The penis and the vagina developed. The penis developed as an adaptation for the vagina.
No. You just contradicted yourself. Just a while back,
I already said cloacal kiss. That's an example of organisms that do not have penises that have sex with each other.
You just contradicted yourself just before you said. I'll tell you how if you're interested. So
I'm not interested because it's going to be some bad garbage. But anyway, let me explain why I haven't got you there.
No, I'm going to mute you.
I explained earlier.
No, you get muted for that one.
Genetic mutation.
No, you're muted. You're muted. I'm not listening to you. I'm going to tell the audience then if you're not going to listen. He just said things don't develop on purpose. Now he just said the penis developed for the vagina.
Flight teleology?
He literally just said the penis developed for the vagina, right? And he just said just minutes ago about a different apparatus that it doesn't develop for anything. It just accidentally develops and happens to be beneficial. Now he says there's a purpose and a telos for the penis developing. And by the way, you have to justify the vagina is just doing that, being a vagina for no reason at all, by the way. The vagina without the penis, the lonely vagina without a penis. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what was this animal doing? Accidentally developing a vagina without for what purpose? Just waiting for the penis. Just waiting for the penis.
Cloaca kisses is what it was doing. But Jim Bob, you stopped him before I was going to ask my final question.
Yeah.
If the difference between a Great Dane and a Chihuahua isn't enough to call a different species, but the difference between a wolf and a husky is.
Yeah, interesting.
Then I got to ask, how much difference does it have to be?
That's
to
arbitrary.
Make black people count as a different species.
Oh yeah. You're on your way, Justin. You're on your way. So no, that's actually what prompted this question back in time, which is you notice where he went. Oh, humans came on the scene 200,000 million years ago, and you go, wait a second. That's a claim. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Okay. What's the distinction between a not human into the first human that comes on the scene? I don't know. We don't know what it is. What are you talking about? Why are you saying this then? Well, we know. It just did. You know, everything is, it just did. That was actually, considering all the debates against Evo proponents I had, that was by far the worst faith interlocutor I've ever encountered, including what I find like the most insufferable. He was the worst. He literally didn't engage with anything, not a single thing he engaged with.
Real quick, Jim, I have a question. That would, they couldn't say threshold fallacy when you ask them when does it happen, because they're the one making the claim that the thing does change, right?
Yeah, well, the cope usually is, well, that's a continuum fallacy, right? Well, no, it's them making the positive claim. So it would be them actually running into that problem. It's not us negating it and saying it can't happen because you can't say it. We just have a position that there's no reason to believe you if you can't tell me the distinction between human and non-human and when this change happens. That's why I ask him about the wolf. Well, the same applies. The wolf, he starts with a wolf and he goes, look at the changes in the dog-like things, right? Which Justin completely owned him on, right? But then you go, well, okay, well, you have a wolf now. So according to you, the wolf actually spawned, if you go back far enough, something completely unlike it is the beginning of the wolf. And this is the problem. This is why they don't like, the only way to talk about evolution is to try to freeze frame in time where your starting point is. And mostly it's grant me humans or grant me chimp-like things that are like humans, or grant me wolves, or grant me this. And even if you grant it, they can't tell you the objectivity of the categories. They have to admit it's arbitrary completely. And if it's arbitrary, if random mutation causes speciation, but there's no such thing as a species, what are you claiming is happening? You're not claiming anything's happening because species isn't an objective term. So how can you say...
We just got to grant their axiom of the wolf.
Say that again, Steelborn?
To grant them the axiom of the wolf or the giraffe or the whale.
You're breaking up again. I'm not sure what you said.
You just have to grant them their axiom of the wolf or the whale.
Yeah, no, you grant them. You grant them. Yeah. They rely on you granting. No, notice where he went when he talked about the bacteria, right? He said, oh, bacteria has a little ring and it has a type of sex. And I'm like, that's really interesting, right? I'm not even denying it, right? That's descriptively true. Great. Under the evolutionary view, there was a time that the bacteria didn't have that, right? I don't know what you're asking. You're very confused. You're very bad faith. These people are the worst, man. They're the worst.
Hey Jim, one question I have for these people too that I don't understand, and you've kind of hit on it a bit, especially with like kind of your 1/8 nub thing too, is even if we grant that the universe of the Earth is 300 million years old or whatever amount of time, what I don't get is this: if the little cellular life, little single cell multicellular life was chugging along just fine,
Yeah.
With asexual reproduction specifically.
Mm-hmm.
How on earth is it, quote unquote, evolutionarily advantageous for it to even
risk it all.
develop it into a male or a female category? When think about it this way, right? In order to find a mate, what do you got to do? Well, you got to consume stuff so you have energy and calories. So you can go on the hunt to find your mate.
Yeah.
And hope you find her.
Yeah.
What's the point in going to that trouble at all if you can just asexually reproduce?
Well, it's actually worse. Ephraim, it's actually worse than that. The first form, the first population, the first generations of these males didn't even have a dick yet. It wasn't developed yet. So they're walking around, treading around, eating stuff. They got a little knob down there that doesn't do anything. Maybe it tickles, sometimes, but ultimately it's not developed, right? And so what is that advantage? Yeah, what's that advantage?
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't understand. I would like for him or anyone to just explain to me why it is, and forgive me, I'm not a science guy, I don't know all the terminology, but whatever you call sex between a male and a female versus asexual reproduction, please tell me how sex between a male and female is somehow better than me being able to go, I'm getting up there in age, I think it's time for me to replicate, and then I'm going to die soon anyway, and then I'll just go ahead and just replicate myself. Oh, I just replicated myself. Okay, have fun, a future version of me, I'll see you later, and I'll just go off and die in the woods somewhere. It's like, that to me makes a lot more sense. That actually is better. I would actually argue that asexual reproduction is better, and I'd love to hear their argument against that.
I got a good comic for you too, because he made the claim that bacteria which absorb genetic material is a form of sex.
Yeah.
So every time you eat food, you become a cuck because the bacteria.
Yeah. Well, he used a lot of terrible analogies, too. Like the cancer one, he realized he stepped in shit pretty quickly because he was like, well, it's like cancer. It's like, wait, no, it's not like cancer. Like cancer develops inside a singular body, not at the population level, unless there's an external stimuli that's introducing it to the population. Cancer doesn't develop. You wouldn't say, well, the liver and the heart and the brain must have developed just like cancer does. It just metastasizes and reproduces, and then it gives it functioning like thinking. Imagine, I should have just asked him, okay, did your brain develop the same way cancer did? And he's got to say, yeah, right? Okay, so a random mutation that produces something cancerous-like somehow finds its very unique, specific form and function, but it's totally accidental. That's like saying cancer started in my body, but lo and behold, it turned into another finger, and now I get to use it. I was scared because I had cancer, but now I realize I could do insane Travis picking now. Like, wow. Like, no, cancer never turns into something that's advantageous, like as an extra functioning thing on the body. He's saying long-term, no, liver grows like that. Well, no, there's no evidence of liver growing the way cancer grows successively. Every generation successively gets closer to the endpoint, which doesn't exist under evolution, an endpoint. Of the liver that does its thing universally, right? There's not a bunch of different variations of this thing. Like, among the vertebrae, it has a universal category for a function. And he just didn't have it. He was just like, it just happens. It just happens, guys. I studied this stuff. It just happens.
I always ask these people when they're like, you can't evolve out of your clade. I just always ask them, then why did the fish become a monkey? Wouldn't that be evolving out of your clade?
Yeah, especially stillborn, that if the moment, right, every moment that an organism or a population made some deviation from the road it's on, it had to be at least in its lifetime, at the pinnacle of its success. That's what's so wild. In other words, a category of thing, from their view, evolves and gets really good at existing. And for a random mutation gets introduced and it moves away from what it's actually mastered for no reason at all, right? It got to the place where it survived. Everything up to this point was aiding its survival just serendipitously, right? But out of nowhere, there's a random mutation that turns it on its side and decides to become morphologically and ontologically something completely different, restarting the process. It's Hinduism, dude. It's literally Hinduism. It's like a rebirth. I'm a butterfly now. It's completely wacky, dude. It's way wackier than creation.
You know, it's funny that Justin asked that question. I asked that exact same question to my brother who's becoming a vet, and he had absolutely no answer for me. What the distinction between Husky and Wolf versus Great Dane and Chihuahua?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's arbitrary. That's why. The killer question here is the term species or clade completely arbitrary? They have to say yes. Everything's a blurred gradient line, right? There's no distinctions really at all. So once you press them on them, they get really squirrely. And that guy was a perfect example of a squirrely Evo proponent because he felt it when he was trapped. He was like, this isn't relevant. This isn't it. I don't want to answer these questions. It's like, yeah, exactly. You couldn't even, the dude couldn't even tell me the difference between an observation and a scientific theory. That was wild.
He'd probably say that, you know, he could be himself in a tree at the same time, like those ladies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to call them back, Stillborn. You got to be like their the caller that comes in and they roll their eyes when they see the name every time. Just be like, I'm back. Hey guys. You don't mind if I call you guys, do you?
I'll just change my name. It's got an accent every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Jim Bob, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if, in his view, like, if you introduce him to a population of artards, would he have to adapt to that population and become an artard himself?
That's proof already. Yes. He did.
It would be beneficial if he did.
Yes, he did.
Wait, so from their view, is the inbreeding of Islam, is that like evolutionary beneficial? Can they evolve to do that?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they'll get good at it. Maybe they won't produce rat people at some point. It'll be like, well, there's an advantage to being a rat person. We just didn't know it. You know, who knows? I don't know. Anyway, anything last from you guys before I take down the Discord element of this? Because it looks like that was our opposition today. So,
just real quick on the.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Teriak.
Oh yeah, just on the Venezuela thing. I just want to know your thoughts, like in terms of, like, is it a good move or bad?
I mean, I have no idea because I don't know all the variables. Like, you know, I take a pretty funny rhetorical approach that we just want to get more McDonald's in Venezuela. But it's probably a lot to do with like natural resources, and I think we're pulling a sort of like you know, the habitual confessions of a economic hitman routine. But you know, the thing, I don't really take a moral approach to this because I went from sort of an isolationist approach to just I want to dominate the world. I think America should just take the latter approach. And so, if this is us dominating the world, if we have to kidnap people, I guess I'm gonna be a cheerleader from now on.
Well,
I think they brought up charges for like sending fentanyl into the United States and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
that too.
He was basically like a leader.
Yeah, that's a good excuse for sure. That's true, probably too. Also, you know, like that helps. But I also think there is an element of natural resources, and if you look into that, the hitman operation is essentially like you try to make deals with other countries that have resources, and you offer to give them like loans and things and Nike and stuff like that. You give them stuff and things, and then when they can't pay their loan, you make a deal with them in advance that they give you their resources at cost. Now, when they say no, you send in the jackals and you topple. And that's what happens habitually, not just from the U.S. But who am I? Like, I don't have the wherewithal, political savvy, geopolitical information or education to say what's really going on. I think we're delivered basically a narrative, and it's minimal. And then there's a lot of other things happening, and maybe it is in our best interest. So, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with if we look at a bunch of leaders and determine, we don't like it. I think we should just maybe make a habit of kidnapping all of the leaders of the world.
I think it would be funny if there were actually leaders out there in the world who wanted to be kidnapped by Trump, because
That's the other
even
thing.
as like because even as a despot in their own country, life in CIA custody might actually be even better than what they're currently experiencing as a dictator.
Ephraim, someone actually posited that he's actually being protected, not kidnapped. He's not being punished. He's being retrieved, right? And so that's funny. Right. Like, come kidnap me, please. You know, who knows? I don't know, dude.
I know Rob and Andrew.
It's probably AI. In fact, it's probably AI. It's not even him.
But when you factor in the like all the military planes that are sitting in Iraq now, which is all the same helicopters, all this kind of shit, basically are all being stationed in Iraq. It looks like they're going to do the same thing.
That's cyclical. Yeah, that's cyclical. I mean, we did it. You know, Hillary did it with Gaddafi, and usually a lot of times you see later that something else was developing. Like Gaddafi, you saw. I forgot what it was. Like he wanted to go off oil, U.S. currency for oil. I know something like that. Yeah, gold. He was setting up his own standard. There may have been even reserves, like certain there's talk about like water reserves that were like massive. I don't know if that's true or not, but there could be a number of things. And it's crazy because the world now is so connected. All the economies are so integrated that it actually is legitimate to look at other countries and what they do. And if that has a detrimental impact on your country or the world or multiple countries, it's not an easy answer to when you intervene and to what extent you intervene, because it is a matter of like, let's say there was something a country could do economically that wasn't like overtly nefarious, that actually caused like some mass problem, like mass starvation or mass, something crazy that could end in death and war. I don't know. I don't actually know the correct answer as far as intervention. Like if you're right about the outcome that you think might happen, do you do the thing that in the short term looks horrible to people everywhere? You're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Well, it's not crazy if there's enough reasoning and likelihood of the thing that you're avoiding by doing the thing. I just don't know though. I'm just glad I'm not at that level of importance or responsibility to make those decisions.
Well, like when you look at Venezuela with the massive oil reserves, and then with Iran as well with the 25 trillion.
Yeah.
Both in terms of the natural resources would be a massive capitalization to have them pro-Western friendly, but in terms of like knocking off Russia being able to get around the sanctions using Venezuela, and then when you look at Iran as the strategic position, and particularly because Trump has been talking about Canada and Greenland so much, it basically looks like America is about to surround Russia essentially. And by the shit that seems like coming out in China, like bro, the population of China apparently is only 400 million. And that thing that the 2020, 2021 thing where we all stayed home, apparently that wiped out 100 Chinese people.
Wait, you think we're going to take
100 million.
You think we're going to take Russia?
It's basically like the reason why the Venezuela thing got knocked out and they're flying everything over to Iran now is to surround Russia.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have access to enough information. And I'm glad I don't. But what was someone else going to say?
What are your thoughts on What are your thoughts on my theory here, Jim Bob? Because you watch all these people who escape like to communist nations.
Yeah.
I've actually never met one who wasn't a devout Christian as well. Like I think that experiencing communism leads you to Christianity because you're like, there's got to be something better than that. Because communism is ultimately just materialism.
Did someone hear that better than me? I heard I heard some words, but not all of them.
Hear me better now?
Can we super chat?
Communism leads people to Christianity.
Oh, communism leads people to Christianity? I'm not sure.
I've experienced communism because it's just ultimately pure materialism. Everything else. I think it leads them to look for more. I've actually never met somebody who came from an actual communist nation who isn't either a Catholic or Orthodox.
Interesting. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's like a correlative analysis, but the thing is, you could argue that the opposite way too. Like if communism is tried, which it's like, oh, we'll try it. It never gets to the point where you actually do it because it's a disaster. At least in the short term, it turns people into sort of like scarcity-driven materialist animals, at least first. So maybe you're right after that phase. But I think a lot of these desperate circumstances that are created as a symptom of trying these economic things turn people closer to animalistic first, at least. But I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, in the short term, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim
Oh,
Bob.
look. Hey, Metaphysic Mike is here. What's up? Oh, no, that's a previous. Sorry. I'm looking at a previous stream. That's funny. Sorry. What's up? Who was just talking?
Yeah, kind of touching on the Venezuela thing real quick. I believe it was the president of Colombia. He basically came out and just started asking Trump to kidnap him.
Really? See?
Yeah.
So they know. There's like an inside knowledge of it. It's like, please, Daddy, come get me. That's actually really funny. Like if all the leaders just make their way to the U.S. and they're like, oh no, yes, oh no, you got me, guys, oh no, and they're at like a nail salon getting a pedicure and stuff. They're like living their life at the mall. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. It's like at this level, like the world level politics, geopolitics, I just look at the screen clips coming in. And I could only pretend to make sense of the whole game that's being played. I just can't. Like to me, it's just overwhelming, you know, especially today with like AI stuff, fake news, fake narratives. It's just like, to me, it's like, okay, good luck. Good luck sorting out the truth of the matter, right?
Yeah, and even Jay like points out that like all of this stuff is like super complex, and even if you were to make whatever case about it, like
yeah.
It's all one big intelligence structure where you have Britain, you have America, you have Japan, you have South Korea, and all these Western countries are basically just one big melting pot. And people are already realizing this now, so it wouldn't be too far of a stretch to just basically make it an imperium.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's right. It could, maybe that's already done, honestly. Who knows? You know, who knows? It could be the case. Oh, that's funny. Someone said Maduro announced that he's still the president. This is another thing. We're making like a puppet show where, you know, we hijack the leaders. They get to live where we are, but we're their co-producers. You know, we give them the lines like a reality show. Like, oh, here's your line feed to your nation. Here you go. It's like here's
We're already doing that with Zelensky.
Yeah. Here's your options. We either kill you and use AI of you, and you only do video conferences to deliver, or you just say what we need you to say, and you can hang out at the Marriott. We'll put you up at the Marriott, nice place, and we'll run your country by proxy.
I don't know if this is true, but apparently I heard that like one of like the level officials in Venezuela released a list of all the Congress who were receiving like
the worst microphones ever. I mean, you know what I mean? We should send you to Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? we should send you to Venezuela. You might as well call from Venezuela.
So you can evolve?
Listen, go over to follow. I don't even know if he has live stream. Someone figure out Steelborn's PayPal and let's all pull together and buy him a microphone. You know what I mean?
We'll get him a Temu mic. We'll
yeah, Temu.
I'm in the truck.
He's in the truck. Okay.
Kind of late to the discussion. Sorry, but I don't know if it's been discussed. But I wonder if this is also just a kind of an economic move, right? Cutting Russia and China out of getting the oil, securing it, making it pretty much the de facto 51st state. If our gas prices drop to like $1.50, that's gonna have a huge impact on our industry. That could be, you know, one angle of it as well.
I think that's reasonable because I've seen the same. That's why I mentioned the economic hitman. Whether it's coercive or not, if you access pools of oil and you're no longer linked to all of this like interlinked dependency of oil, I think you're right there. Now, if it's like Maduro is like willingly came here and it's all a sham just to get into a position, that would actually be funny too, where it's like, oh, we're going to treat you like the enemy so that we can do this thing, but ultimately it's going to be really good for your country, but it's going to look like we're the bad guys, but ultimately everyone's going to win in the end. Don't worry, the news cycle is only 2 days long. You know what I mean? Like kind of like that.
Yeah, I think if we get on the other end of this and this has a huge impact on inflation, a lot of people who are like kind of against it or talking about it might have a different tune.
Yeah. Who knows though? It's like you got to wait for outcomes anyway. So,
Right.
And then you have to connect the outcome to the cause, which is almost impossible post hoc anyway. So you're just like, that's why I'm not like nihilistic about it. It's just like, when it comes down to it, we're all just like end up being like side pundits trying to do a play-by-play, and we're just kind of waiting for something to happen. So
if nothing else, we get the great show that we saw leading up to this on X and Twitter, where they were on there. They had their guys morphing in like Amazon gear, saying they were preparing for a war with the U.S. And then like the next day, he gets black bagged and extracted. It's kind of hilarious. So it's great meme content, if nothing else.
It is a good meme. Yeah.
The whole moral of the story is evolution leads to Venezuela, and also women thinking they have an opinion.
That's right. It all comes down to where we're at now. That's funny. Yeah, they should just do a reality show, like a world dictator. Just give us. Look, if the world's gonna go in the direction it's going, at least make a show of it for us. So you know what I mean. So we can consume it properly in episodes. Maybe that's what the news is right now. I just want better episodes. I'm waiting for the. What we get Stranger Things. I'm waiting for the good stuff to come out. Snagglebeast. All right, you guys on Discord, I'm going to hang up and get back to my stream so I can close it out eventually. Maybe get my next goal met. We're at 21, almost halfway through. Snagglebeast for $5 says, I mentioned this earlier. Hold on, let me get this away. Mentioned this earlier the other day. Even if I would prefer a less interactive foreign policy, this arrangement has many benefits. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm not piety signaling about kidnapping. Someone was like, Jimbo, but was it kidnap? And I was like, well, it could be, but the president of the United States and the U.S. are allowed to kidnap people. Like, what are you going to say to that statement, honestly? Can you refute it? The president of the United States, the U.S. military, has the capacity and gives itself the authority to literally steal people. So, what are you going to return him? What are you going to riot in the street? Return him, return him. Come on. No. Anyway, man, that was a rough defensive evolution. I'm still stuck on that, man. That was bad. Kidnapped and captured is pretty relative. Yeah, exactly. Hey, make oil cheaper, Let's do it. Let's go. Let's dominate the world. Let's stop being like passive, stop apologizing. I'm sorry, America. Oh, we're sorry. We're a big bully. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bite you. Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't know how big I am. I keep knocking over things. I'm sorry. It's like, dude, can we exit the phase where America is Al Bundy, please? The dumb dad? You know what I mean? Can we just live into the future of America representing the actual patriarchal brute, please? That's what we need. We need a good optic, visible expression of masculinity from America right now. I mean, America's been wearing like girly socks under its jeans for like how long? America has had a butterfly tattoo on its lower back for like 50 years at least. Just stop. It's time. We're gonna make America great again. Anyway, there's got to be something else I saw. That was fun though. I love terrorizing evolution proponents. Boy, does that give me joy and hope. I love it. I love it so much. All right. What do we got? Okay. Damn, Mike got spanked. Do we have any more Unitarians still coping? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of the. Let's bring this up. Maybe you guys can share this with me. Because I'm trying to find their best. I'm trying to get any Unitarian to give me sort of like a rigid ecclesiology, and it's not happening. So I'm looking. I'm giving them a chance, but they're kind of ruining it for themselves. All right, let's look. Let's look at the comments. That's where I go. All right, let's go. Sort by newest. What do we got here? Wow, 32 responses from this guy. All right, let's look. He says, you can't claim 2,000 years of Trinitarianism when the idea 3 in 1 didn't even exist for 350 years. I already refuted that with Tertullian. Incorrect, he says. Nope. Multiple personal God never shows up in Scripture. We're not talking about Scripture. See how he shifts? What a liar. So people going back and forth on that. Okay. No, Jesus is the Son of God, God of the Son. Okay. He isn't divine. Let me see. Sure, he's divine. Look, dude, this is crazy. This is how wild you have to be. So Joe says, no, Jesus is divine in some sense. What does that even mean? How could you be divine in some sense, but not eternally uncreated? I would ask him. How can one be divine in one sense, but not be eternally uncreated? These people are nuts, man. They're real nut jobs. They're real nutters. It's just amazing, It's got to be a wild reality. Spoken like a Mormon. Yeah, speaking of Mormon, what is it? 2:30 tonight at 7 p.m. right back here. I'll be debating another Mormon, one of my favorite. I'm starting to like them now. Like I'm going to be aggressive, but I'm going to be lightheartedly aggressive tonight. A couple beers. Just kind of play the game with them. See how it goes. We'll see. Anyway. Okay. Tertullian was considered a heretic. Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. Unbelievable. It's just amazing, dude. Or not Trinity concept existed. Not whether. These people are so dumb. They're really just dumb. I'm just taking the Jay Dyer approach. This is dumb. All right, this is stupid. You're dumb. The best argument for Mormonism is that it gave us Nick Shirley, who ended up... That's true. I think Nick Shirley is complete fed. I know everyone just says that, but I never got my chance to call people feds, so I'm leaning into it now. Everyone did that, and I didn't get to do it. I get to call people feds. I think Nick Shirley, because, we know that the Mormon Church, there's evidence, indications that the Mormon Church, the LDS operation, is used as an apparatus for intelligence, which makes for a really, I feel like that was a huge missing angle to South Park's show. Not South Park, their onstage show, The Book of Mormon. What a great, dude, how great is that as a graphic novel? Mormon assassins. Mormon assassins. The first scene opens up, you think it's a classic Mormon scenario. Nice little neighborhood, Stepford wives. You get a close-up of their little silly leather shoes or sneakers, their khakis on. You pan up, wide shot, super wide shot Perfect little neighborhood. I mean, looks like it was edited in Photoshop. You know? They answer the door. You think they're going to give them the old, oh, would you like to hear about the Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints? No. Out of nowhere, Jedediah opens his book, which the person who opens the door suspiciously sees that it's of an obscure shape and size and almost off in its texture, this Bible, this Book of Mormon. Opens the book, perfectly formed, fitted to a silencer. Jedediah raises the gun, eliminates the asset. They're on their way. I love it. Mormon snipers, Mormon killers, Mormon assassins. Great adventure. I mean, we're talking 007. Joseph Smith. Mormon 07, yeah. I love it. I want to see it. I want to watch it. I want to write it. Elder. Yeah, Elders. I love it's so good. Dan McClellan. Dan McClellan is crazy. He really does have Mormon head. That guy. I don't even know if he's an actual legitimate Mormon. Nobody knows. Even the atheists are like, wait, are you on our side? Wait, are you guys on... Wait, are you on my side? Wait, you're not on my side, are you? What else we got here? Strangled with magical long johns. Oh, totally. Like they're fully embedded. It's not like they just pretend to be Mormons. They're in the church. They're like operating in the church. Like they're known even. They're popular. But nobody knows what they're doing. X is such a pit of despair sometimes. Mission Impossible. I wanted to redo Mission Impossible with like someone in a wheelchair, and then the title actually makes sense, and they never accomplish anything because they got to get wheeled around. Imagine lowering a person in a wheelchair in like a museum setting, avoiding lasers and stuff. They're still in the wheelchair. How about handicap assassins? I mean, aren't we at the level where they have fully handicapped superheroes that literally can't do what they need to do? I like that. I quite like that myself. Handicappers. Nice, dude. Handicappers. Handicappers. That would be more like gangster, like handicapped gangsters. They're all ghetto. They still have their pants down, but they don't even walk. They have hydraulics on their wheelchairs with those like rim spinners. They're all blinged out. The Bloods and the Cripples. Basically Hollywood, yeah, exactly. I'm trying to like things again. I'm trying to like movies. I'm trying to give hope to the industry as a whole to produce better things. I'm really hoping for it. Handicapped in America, Brady wins. Brady just won everything. Brady literally just won the entire internet in 2 words. Handicapped in America. Man, I want to super chat Brady. That was good. I'm actually jealous. Fredo, $5. Did you watch No Fugazi's debate with Jubilee Kid about grounding morality without God? I didn't see it. I like that guy. I met him in Nashville. Cool dude. You know, it's really nice habitually when you meet a nice black. Which one was it? That's got to be brutal listening to, though, huh? Is it Cooley's defeats atheists with his own argument? That's not a girl. Oh, a kid. Is that the Jubilee kid? Who, Tyler? Are you talking about Tyler? Is that it? Yeah, the Jubilee debater. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's take a look, see. Yeah, let's do this. Let's see how Cooley and the gang does this. We got to get Cooley. Cooley already has the beard. Cooley, I know you listen to the show sometimes. If you're listening, can you just be our based Orthodox black, please? Can you please?
Those exist.
We need a good based Orthodox black masculine black guy in the internet sphere. Okay, so do it for me
at all. So if morals don't exist, why do you act in ways that
dude? That's like Down syndrome Edward Norton.
People would consider to be good or bad.
Okay, so I'm going to answer. First, thank you so much. You've been patient. The audience, you guys.
Oh, stop.
Been patient. Awesome. I'll answer the question now. I believe that I act this way and other people act this way. That would be called good from your understanding. This is, I think, that it's a product of evolution. That essentially we pre-selected certain traits in people that are cohesive to the social group.
Cool. I was pre-coded by evolution to believe in the triune Godhead and also to take over society by will and force.
So essentially, if somebody acted like brutish, was violent, was antisocial,
Justin Justin doesn't have a tear in his eye. He has a half a tear in his eye.
Those people are less likely to procreate and be involved in the tribal society to have those genes passed down to survive. Because ultimately, we are just a product of evolution. It's the same reason why we find certain traits attractive, like
kids for you.
You know, muscular men, tall, height, broad shoulders, narrow waist. Women with youth and the curvy body.
You got all uncomfortable. Curvy body, yucky, icky, yucky.
We find those things attractive because they produce good offspring. What also produces good offspring,
totally arbitrary,
is socially appetizing traits such as cooperation, kindness, intelligence, and not antisocial behavior. So we've evolved to have these traits, but I think it's ultimately derived in evolution and not in a metaphysical standard.
Oh my God, what a retard. You know what that means, Tyler? That means that everything is totally moral because everything under your view is derivative of evolution. I mean, you literally said nothing, okay? Nothing. You've said nothing.
Does that answer?
Cooley's like, I can't even believe he said it. He's like, I can't even believe he said it.
The question?
No, that's not grounding. That's just everything's moral then, dude. Anything advantageous is moral. Tyler, if I find it advantageous to collect all of you people, atheists, people I don't like, put them on a train to Poland, I evolved to. In fact, someone should make a little Mean Mr. Mustache Man where he's doing a speech and he's claiming that he evolved to do what he evolved to do.
Yeah, so basically you believe that how we're here is through events that was accidental.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. He's listening, bro. Nice, Cooley. Nice. This is a nod. Thank you.
So if events are accidental, then it has no meaning, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, no purpose. My brain has no purpose. Dude. Nice, Cooley.
Okay.
Nice.
So if things have no meaning, then where does the meaning come from if we say that, well, you know, from your worldview, well, I feel that this is bad, I feel that this is good. Where does this meaning derive from if everything is accidental?
See, meaning's a little, I'll see where he goes with this. It's kind of fun to use meaning, but meaning is so kind of like, it's a little more broader than purpose. See, I would have said purpose, which is related, but it's like, it's actually more direct to direct hit to say purpose. Like if we evolved and it's accidental, you could just, Cooley, if you're listening, you could just skip to, is your mind accidental and your brain accidental? He has to say, yeah. So here you are, Tyler, talking to Cooley with, hey, Dane Schneider. Nice to see you. Here you are debating morality, and your view of the world is that your brain, the thing that's debating morality, is accidental. Huh. When are we evolving to North Korea? Honestly, I think whoever's the dictator of North Korea, one of those pudgy Asian people, they always look like a baby for some reason. It's like, well, that's a weird trick to play on your citizens. Your leader is a beardless, smooth, fat baby every time. Like, that's like gaslighting. It's like we'll train them to love giant baby men, to literally cry in front of a baby man. Anyway, if we remove the leader of Korea, you could run the country, that country, from a TV. You could just present North Koreans with an image, a really convincing AI, and you know our government has better AI than we do, convincing AI of the dictator. Just tell him to do stuff. You know, do the chicken dance. Why not? Just saw the white ginger with a turban. Unbelievable. See what I'm saying here? If that's not cool, Jimmy, God bless. Thank you so much. Unhit bone, another $5. Hey, we're getting close to second goal, y'all. Got an hour left. Let's do it.
Can I ask a question? What do you mean by meaning, just so I'm clear?
See, purpose is better.
If you, like, if I punch you in the face, you would think that that's bad. And
I would think it hurts, but I wouldn't think it's morally, like, I wouldn't think there's like a
I actually like it. I might even get off.
true moral bad about it. I would think it hurts, and I would think you're
Especially a big black man like you. I mean, I might actually sign up and schedule some.
a mean person, but I wouldn't think that it's like morally bad. That would contradict.
So there's meaning within it, meaning that you feel a way about it. It's some
and I would say
meaning there.
That's just my my evolution lying to me. When I think like this is
it's just lying
morally bad. That's just me.
Wait, so evolution is lying to you now?
Evolution produces lies.
So yeah, evolution did not evolve for us to recognize truth necessarily. It evolved for us to reproduce and survive.
Okay, so if that's the case, how do you know that the sentences that you're making right now is logical and correct? If everything is is accidental from your worldview, how do you know that? How do you know that you're not in a contradiction currently now?
Like, can I are you asking me if I can like ground this fundamentally, foundationally?
No. What I'm asking you is something very simple.
Okay.
Since you believe that we're all here through events.
Yeah, evolution evolved, right, Lasagna? Evolution evolved.
Happening over time that was all accidental, which basically means that there's no purpose for us to be here.
Yeah, it's like Tyler Durden actually ended up having a baby with the other drug addict lady. And it's like a fetal thing.
But if I punched you in the face, you would feel like, darn, why'd you do that?
Yeah,
like,
come on.
You get what I'm saying?
I know, I feel ya.
I'm asking
I feel
you.
Ya? Don't say that. Did you just say I feel you to him? What a racist pig. I think I might need that as a stream deck. Can we get a close-up on that?
Why'd you do that?
Yeah,
like,
come on.
You get what I'm saying?
I know, I feel ya.
I'm asking you.
I feel you. He finally got to say that to a black guy. Yo, I feel you, dog. I feel you. Right, my nig? Right, my nig? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that now? Are we good? Are we good? JB, North Korea, fat baby men is to force Evo, the starving skinnykin women, to like them. Oh, dude, that's true. I thought it was ridiculous when it was coming out of my mouth, but it makes sense, Alter Void.
Why do human beings, from your perspective, where did we derive, if we're just all accidental, where did we derive this state of mind for things to be purposeful and things to have meaning?
Right.
All right, fellas, mission is critical. Nice. I was searching my name on it's beneficial.
Beneficial to survival and reproduction.
Beneficial for survival and reproduction. Can it be beneficial to manipulate people, to lie to people, to grape people, to abort unborn children? Can all of these things be beneficial? And if it is beneficial, does then that make it good from your worldview?
Well, remember, I don't believe in good or bad, so I'm not saying these things are good or bad.
From your worldview, if we peel back the beneficial, then that fits. Like the only reason why people would do things that's beneficial is because it would have like good outcomes that they would prefer.
So you just so you're clear, you're asking me basically like, are there traits that you would consider personally like,
Dude, how real is the physiognomy thing? Isn't it crazy how consistent it is? And you might ask, well, no, it's just like people look like that end up believing the things. But, from a Christian perspective, we might have a case that your beliefs can actually change your very visible being.
Bad. That could be
I would say it's more likely the latter. Because if your being presentation is a product of your activity, and your activity is a product of your philosophy and your worldview, then how you operate, what you look like, would actually be something that's produced by your worldview, as opposed to in reverse, like that you just look like you just look like Destiny. Like I'm saying that you don't actually just end up looking like Destiny. Like that's a process. So, I mean, I kind of believe in evolution at the daily level.
Evolutionary beneficial.
No, what I'm asking you is very simple. Okay. Since it's the case from your worldview that everything is just events that happened over time, that's all accidental, there's no purpose, there's no meaning within this, right? Nope.
Yeah, the lisp too. Yeah, all of it. They all have the lisp. Why do they have the lisp? Peterson, Planet Peterson, you have a wife, I think. You have a lisp. Justin, Deconstruction Zone, wife, I think. Total lispy around.
Purpose, no meaning.
Let's be real.
That I said. Well, I asked you the question. What and why do human beings act in accordance when things are good and things are bad? It means that if it's again, I'll make it clear.
Yeah. You can't unsee Destiny looks like a wheelchair guy. Like his head is like, oh, I saw you in Murder Ball, right? It's like, no, I'm a debater.
Everything is just a chain of events, and it's a chain of events that's all accidental. There's no purpose. There's no meaning, right?
So your own thinking has no purpose. That you just cut to the chase, right? Right to the. I was gonna say the gut, the skull gut, because under their view it is a skull gut. There's just no purpose. Your brain didn't evolve to think properly. I believe it's a real phenomenon. I've seen the effect of people over time in my own life. Yeah, it's real.
Right? Human beings, we act in accordance.
Oh, he's not married? I thought he was. I thought he had
a little wife. I thought he had a little wife, a girlfriend. You got it. It's just awful. It's totally immoral. God.
You for real, dude? Are you laying that on thick because you know your audience will come flocking to that voice?
For your thing with slavery is okay. Your God condones doesn't condone slavery.
You okay?
Accordance to what can benefit us when it's tied to our reproduction and when it's tied to our survival value, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's the case that, this hypothetically speaking, if it's the case that, a bunch of men gathered around, built a nation, and they said, you know what? Might makes correct because graping.
Oh, thanks for super chat and the membership, you guys. Thanks so much for the membership. Thanks so much.
Stealing, murder, and all of these things is going to benefit our survival value and our reproduction value. I'm asking you, would that be correct?
Like, would they be correct in their assessment?
Would they be correct in their assessment?
There is no correct or incorrect. It's impossible from his view.
Assessment and their actions, would it be correct?
So I would not think they're correct in their assessment because grape, murder, and theft is really bad for societies.
No, bad is not a real thing, dude. It's funny how they go, I don't believe there's anything called immoral or moral, but I believe in bad and good. Bad, though. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying in the category, they're in the same category from Tyler's view here. I don't believe in the good and bad morally. I just believe in good and bad, like something's good for society. Well, no, you don't even have that from a non-moral position, right? You don't even have good or bad from a non-moral position.
And bad in the sense that they're not.
Wait, what? You keep on going back to bad. In your worldview, there is no bad.
No, and I said bad as in not cohesive for reproduction or survival.
Yeah, cohesive. You don't even have that.
Wait, how are you saying that is not cohesive when it's basically all what benefits people?
It has to be cohesive. It's all evolutionarily determined. There's no non-cohesiveness. It's just all derivative of a process. How could you say the process is wrong? There's no wrong process, and I don't even mean moral. He already said he abandoned morality, but there's not even correct, I should say. There's no such thing as correct. Nothing's correct or incorrect.
That is not.
He's talking to an accident. Yeah, that's right.
Evolutionary beneficial. Grape murder and theft is.
No, that's wrong. Grape could be beneficial if it's beneficial. The necessary component to evolution is reproduction. Grape produces reproduction. So even in the very basic level, Tyler, of course it's advantageous.
Not evolutionary beneficial at all.
Yes, it is.
Wait, how do you know that it's not evolutionary beneficial when everything is all a chain of events that's accidental?
Because those things promote violence. And
Dude. Because I do not like violence. We are at the tail end of this civilization. We really are.
Violence typically short circuits lifespans. So when people are getting killed,
but life is accidental itself. How can you make a claim and say that? Listen, it's very simple. Listen.
It's almost like playing softball with little kids. Like they throw up too many softballs, and you don't even know which one to swing at because you're overwhelmed with the mere size of the ball that they're giving you.
No, you got yourself in a pickle here.
If people are dying, they're not
Violence
reproducing
bad, okay.
or surviving, are they?
No, you could say that but no, actually. If the people who are threatening you or competing for your survival die, then you're surviving. Yeah, of course you're surviving. That's like saying if a zebra dies, then no one's survived. No, a lion is surviving when a zebra dies.
Totally fine. If people are dying and they're not reproducing, then from your worldview, then that is not in accordance to evolution.
As evolution now, that would not be in accordance to evolution.
How is it not in accordance to evolution when evolution is a chain of events that's accidental? Like you're here for no reason. What are you talking about?
I see what you're saying. So you're saying that, are you asking why do these things happen?
No. That there's a thing called beneficial. There can't be a thing called beneficial if everything's an accident. You can't say everything's an accident, but look at that benefit. No, there's no benefit. There's no such thing. There's not even a category called benefit.
So
sorry, are you asking me an explanatory reason? Or
no.
Nope. Okay.
No.
Justification?
Yeah, I'm asking you, is it correct?
Is it correct within evolution?
Is it correct within, if everything is accidental, everything has no purpose, everything has no meaning?
If everything's accidental and everything has no purpose, then there's no such thing objectively as correct, incorrect. Correct?
If a group of men came together, I'm going to rape, steal, murder, and kill, do whatever I want. It's anarchy. Is that correct in their action and in their assessment with evolution if everything is accidental and has no meaning or purpose?
So I'll answer twofold. It is incorrect in the assessment, but it would be correct in what they do. Because you're right, their traits and their desires was caused by evolution to do that.
Assessment all is the same process.
How is it incorrect in their assessment?
Because those genes probably would not survive long. Those sort of societies tend to fall apart.
Why is not surviving incorrect?
Tend to die young. People tend to not reproduce.
So what's the purpose of genes?
Genes don't get passed on.
What's the purpose of genes? What's the purpose of passing on genes?
That's what do you mean? Sorry.
What's the purpose of passing on genes?
What's the purpose of passing on genes? There's
no purpose
to that. That's just what happens.
Holy crap. These people are so, it's just like, it's so far gone, like what we're dealing with here. This is the epitome. This is like the avatar of the generation we're dealing with. It's so overly microwaved. It's beyond burned. Murdoch, $10. The problem is he's applying this to humans, which under his belief system are just animals. Yeah, that's a great distinction right there, Murdoch. Like, what's this distinction between humans and other beasts who do stuff, right? You couldn't say any beast's behavior. Be like, oh, it's not beneficial. Who cares?
Okay, so then there's no purpose to it. It's just what happens.
Yeah,
but
I'm saying factually.
And it happens
I'm saying factually.
accidental.
Those genes would not pass on. Those genes would likely die out.
Totally fine. So there's no purpose.
Accidentally died out. Accidentally survive. Accidentally died out. There's no who cares.
Purpose for it. It's just all.
Did bro go to college? Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Accidental.
Those genes would just die out. So that's why I'm saying they'd be wrong in their assessment that would be.
We are so cooked.
Be beneficial for their genes to survive long term. That's why I'm saying they'd be incorrect in the assessment.
If everything is accidental, how can you assess if something is correct?
Great question.
If everything is well, that doesn't follow. If things can be
yeah, it does follow. Oh, dude, it's just so good. So good. You guys should store that away because it's really precise. If everything's accidental, now you might want to include Cooley. If everything's accidental, including your reasoning, how do you assess what's correct from an accidental process called reasoning? We understood it because we're smart, but your opponents, Cooley, might not quite get this, and it literally fries their brain like you just saw.
Accidental, you can still assess if things are correct or not.
No, assessing is accidental. Please say it, Cooley.
I mean, reason, you can use logic.
That's accidental.
It's accidental. How do you know that the reason and the logic that they're using is the result, the outcomes is correct?
Nice, Cooley. Nice.
What you're saying is basically, can we trust our senses?
Killer.
Because if all of evolution is accidental, how do I know that?
Cooley, this is one black guy who's killing people in the right way.
That my senses evolved to be accurate, right? They could have totally been evolved to be inaccurate, and for all I know, I'm doing something completely different. But I'm imagining I'm debating you. Correct?
He's imagining he's debating you, Cooley. It's all an illusion. Look at Cooley's face. That's the correct face of a man who agrees to a debate, and the debater says, I'm imagining that I'm debating you.
We need an animation where it's an ad for atheism and at the end the side effects read aloud include risks of a dead eyes, gay lisps, lack of critical thinking, etc.
That's right. You're right, Vagine. Yeah, he really just said that.
You're not answering my question. You're just describing like sense data and stuff like this. Real quick, listen. Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to steelman your position there.
Oh. No.
Okay, so I don't think that we can have that in foundationalism. No, I don't think that we can know that ultimately.
Okay.
I don't think we'd be able to know that from a true philosophical bedrock.
Okay, so then you don't truly know if we can know if something is correct.
I don't think you can ground foundationalism. No.
Okay, so then
it's not even about foundationalism, which is like, just generally speaking, is like self-evident truths, facts, this stuff. Well, no. Cooley's asking a way more fatal question to this goblin. If everything's accidental, here, look, I'll do it in simple form. Everything's accidental. My reasoning is part of everything. My reasoning is accidental. You can't know what's correct or incorrect. You don't know truth if everything's accidental. You don't have access to it. You don't know if what just came out of your mouth or what just showed up in your head is something called true. It's literally accidental. Something's accidentally true.
Then 2 plus, so then this, you are in a full logical contradiction. 2 plus 2 in your worldview does not equal 4.
So it does.
You can't know it.
No, it doesn't. Everything is accidental. It does not equal 4.
No. Not math. I mean, like the physical world. Math is.
You have nothing to ground the transcendental categories for.
Yeah,
you have nothing to ground it.
Cooley, killing it. Bringing in the transcendentals.
I asked you to justify. No, you didn't. You didn't ground it. I asked you when I was giving a internal critique in your worldview, and we were speaking about the transcendentals in the beginning of the podcast during this debate. You gave no account and no justification.
He's like our Apollo.
Vacation for transcendentals.
He's like our Apollo Creed.
You said that once again. I said that your argument is circular, just like you said that mine is circular. I said, well, how did everything come into an existence? You said that's just necessary. Well, why is it necessary? Because it's necessary for everything to exist. So
it's necessarily accidental. That's hilarious. That's actually really funny. That reality itself is fundamentally necessarily accidental.
So therefore, it's circular, right? There's okay, got it. I'm asked. So you gave no justification to ground the unchanged. Listen.
You're confusing logic.
No. I'm not confusing.
Hang on, Tyler. Let him land his plane, and then we'll let you.
Yeah, Dean.
Respond, man.
Man, I just want to eat crayfish when Dean talks.
You are in a full contradiction now, bro. This is the end of this debate. I'll be honest with you, and I'll explain. So, from your worldview, you just admitted that everything is accidental. Currently, now you've admitted that there's no purpose, there's no meaning. At the beginning of the conversation, you said that I don't.
Where's the question you can't answer, atheist? I just told Cooley just brought it up. How do you ground the conceptual transcendental category? How does an atheist ground the transcendental conceptual category?
I don't believe in good or bad. I think morality doesn't even exist. I said, okay, well, that's a truth claim. You believe in truth? Yeah.
There we go. You see the relationship between the morality argument and the truth argument? I'm glad everyone's kind of jumping on board. Steelborn did it earlier. People make these subjective claims about morality. This is a truth claim. They say that morality doesn't exist because XYZ. You use XYZ, you transpose it onto truth, and this is what you get. You get a Tyler every time.
I believe in knowledge. Okay. So you're making an epistemic claim, a knowledge claim. You believe in knowledge, you believe in language, you believe in numbers, you believe in all of these things that are unchanging. I asked you if 2 + 2 always equal 4. You said, yes, it does always equals 4. But you gave no justification on how it equals 4. Always. Then now you just admit, you gave no justification. Now you just admit that everything is accidental. I'm asking you, well, is anything ever correct? You said that, well, no, from my worldview, nothing is really ever.
That's the consequence. It doesn't even matter if he said it. That's the entailment of accidentalism. There's no such thing as correct under accidentalism.
You did, man. Now you're lying. Real quick. I just lay my plane real quick. Now you're lying real quick. Yeah. I asked you, well, can things, real quick, can things ever be correct? You said that, well, no, I can never, we would never truly know from my worldview if something is actually correct. So then I said, well, real quick, that's a contradiction from your earlier statement. So then 2 + 2 doesn't always equals 4 because it could be incorrect.
Okay, can I land my plane now?
Booyah. That's the
You don't have a plane.
End of this debate.
Can I land my plane?
Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler. And look, Tyler, you seem to be a real polite guy. Cooley and I are both fans of blood sport debating.
Yes, blood sport debating.
Let's hear your response, man. Let's hear.
So God, you define that God is good, and good is God. That is ultimately a circular definition. Now, you're trying to claim that my definitions are circular too.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's not a problem. We're not talking about circular definition. We're talking about reasoning. Definitions are all circular. That's not a big gotcha, bro. It's like saying, oh, the avocado's avocado? Oh, no. That's circular.
But even if I grant that, that still makes your position illogical. So maybe we're both incorrect in what we're saying, but it doesn't follow that you are therefore justified or correct.
Yeah, exactly, but evolution is true. Nothing's true. Everything's accidental, but evolution is true.
If you grant that I did, which I don't think I did, we're both just incorrect then. So you're incorrect in your position. We can grant morality and God.
Stuff.
When I'm saying things like we can be wrong about our senses, that doesn't mean that there's no such thing as truth claims.
No. Your senses are a process, like Cooley said. Your evaluation of your senses are also an accidental process. So you had an accidental feeling, sense data, and then you accidentally assessed it. And then you accidentally said something about your assessment in a proposition. He doesn't get it.
It just means that we have the potential to be wrong. And typically with truth claims, I'm talking about claims such as the physical world, not mathematical ones, because that is more about contradictions or things have to be necessarily true rather than necessarily.
They all talk the same. It's really, maybe we all talk the same. I've gotten that back from us. People are, oh, you sound just like Andrew. I don't think I sound like Andrew. If I had that smoky, raspy voice, who knows? Sky's the limit. Maybe we say the similar words or something. I don't know. But these guys, it's always the same. They all sound like not so erudite. It's like you can't tell what sex they are. Yeah, you can't tell. It's like they're on turbo speak. You don't know what they're on. I don't even know. They look like a bunch of junkies to me, honestly. They like to use the phrases, I don't think, I'm unconvinced, or try to make truth claim, but it's truth claim about what they think. Yeah. which is accidental.
Really false. Which I said in the beginning that logic is necessary to it's just necessary. It's necessary claims. Where
Chris Martin says evolution is true. No, it's not. You couldn't defend it. Nobody can defend it.
Contingent claims have to do claims that are dependent on the physical world, where we have to trust our senses in. All I can see is that can we ultimately have a justification to trust our senses, which we cannot. It is ultimately contingent on that assumption that we can trust our senses. But it does not follow from that, and therefore mathematical claims are true.
Right to the gulag!
Because we don't necessarily use our senses for that.
Alter Void helping the cause. We're at 35. You guys, 15 more, y'all. 41 minutes. The Evo was 100% true. Why do dolphins and octopus not start getting rights to vote? And when? Yeah, when? When? Their average IQ is higher than some countries and some... Yeah, exactly.
We use logic for that. Those are two different tools.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. So, and that's perfect for stating that back. So it's very simple, right? Since you don't use your senses for math, right? That's what you're claiming. You don't use your senses for logic. That's what you're claiming, right?
Yeah.
So you don't use you don't use your physical body. Seeing, touching, tasting, smelling, hearing, your 5 senses. You don't use this physical body.
There's actually 7, but yeah, I know what you mean.
There could be some other ones too, sure.
Yeah.
You don't use these senses, but from your worldview, everything evolved over time and is just an effect of different events.
Yeah.
That is accidental.
Yes, but that doesn't mean...
Why did NASA let Tyler out of his headset? Exactly. Is that him? Oh, it's close. I was like, whoa.
Math is accidental.
Thank you, monkey.
Okay, totally fine. If you can't ground math, logic, reason, and the physical, I'm asking you, Tyler, just like the beginning of the show where you couldn't answer it. Where do you ground it in? Do you ground it in a rock? Do you ground it in some like magic? Where do you ground?
I ground it in a bag of grapes now, but
where do you ground it in?
Racist.
So I ground it. Logic is just rules that are either necessarily true or necessarily false. It's for contradiction. It's just it's not in the mind, but they exist necessarily. I use the physical world as an example of how you can justify these things.
No, you can't. The physical world is a set of particulars. You can't even ground that there's universals in just the set of particulars themselves, right? So what are you talking about?
No. You didn't use the physical just because you are saying that there's utility.
Just because the physical world abides by logic, it doesn't follow that it justifies logic. Actually, this argument, this position, it's not even an argument. This position actually is better for the theist, better for the Christian when they point to these things. Why? Because the laws of thought, the laws of logic, they don't, from a materialist position, there's no ontology for the laws of logic in the physical world. You're just saying the physical world seems to abide by these laws. It doesn't ground the laws. It doesn't ground the laws. It's just saying that, the external world also operates according, interestingly enough, to laws that are actually conceptual. So the laws of logic are synonymous with the laws of thought. And yet these conceptual laws not just govern our reason, what's reasonable, what's not, conceptually, but the external world, which is, from this view, what's the relationship between our mind and the external world? Nothing. They don't make a jump between our mind and the external world. They're totally separate, particular things. And yet they both abide by, they're unified by this conceptual law. Well, they have no account for this. They just say it just is.
I don't think you're understanding my question real quick, Tyler.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
You're saying that there's utility in, like, we use logic and reason as a tool. We get utility out of using logic and reason and math. 2 + 2 = 4 because it gives us utility. I'm asking you, just because it gives us utility, you still stated that these transcendental categories are unchanging. It doesn't change, right?
Invariant laws.
What you believe in is everything came from Big Bang Theory dimension.
Yeah, dude, this is what's crazy. Their fundamental nature of reality is in flux, always changing. And they know this because of unchanging things. The fundamental nature of reality is accidental. And they know this because their accidental reasoning told them.
I didn't say that, but I know.
Oh, yeah, that's what basically you said. A Big Bang happened there. This is a different dimension. The Big Bang is always happening. One just happened right now.
The theory of time, I said, not that.
Well, that's what that means.
I don't think it's that. Go on.
The The worst part about this is Tyler, because of his way of life. I bet you this guy's I bet you he's like 19.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be interrupting you. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. It's very simple, man. You're in a contradiction. I'm going to say it again clearly, and then we're going to get to the chats. Yeah, then we're going to get to the chats as well, and we can like end it with an opening statement. You know what? Let's do that now, actually.
Okay.
Dude, this is Cooley. This is mean. Okay, Cooley. You're a mean man.
Let's do closing statements, because then I can wrap this up with closing statements, and then also we'll get to the chats.
Okay. Do you want to start? I started with the opening statements.
Right.
Yeah. I'll start with closing. Totally fine. Yeah. So, all right, chat. Well, this was a good spirited debate. I thank Tyler for coming out and joining me on this debate tonight. In the beginning, what you witnessed is, Tyler attacking my position and saying that, well, how do you ground morality? I said that, well, I ground it in God, and God is good. God sets the standard for good. And the reason why it's grounded in God is because it's unchanging. God is divine. God is omniscient. God is unchanging. So that's how it's grounded. It's unmovable. He says that, well, morality doesn't exist at all. Okay, well, it just doesn't exist. It's all feelings based. Everything is feelings based. So then he also says that he believes in evolution theory. And he's making claims that, well, everything, all of existence is just a chain of random events that's accidental. He says that it has no purpose, it has no meaning. I asked him, well, can something be correct? He says that, well, nothing can be correct because it's all accidental. So then from his worldview, if nothing can be correct, then how can he also make a claim that, well, morality doesn't exist? If nothing is correct from his worldview, how would he even know? From his worldview, how does he even know that he's making coherent sentences right now? From his worldview, how does he truly know 2 + 2 = 4, where he claims that it always equals 4? Well, from evolution theory, things are always changing and evolving over time, but he's appealing to something that never changes. He says that math never changes.
Cooley's getting good. Cooley's listening. Well, I talked to him in Nashville. He said he listens in. He doesn't participate in the chat, I don't think, but I'm glad. If there's anything, Cooley, that you took from me, I'm so glad that you took it, because it's getting good.
Changes. He says that logic and reason, these things do not change. Knowledge does not change. Information,
I won't drive. I'm not going to drive to your neighborhood. But
find information in a banana? No, you can't find information in a banana. These type of things that is metaphysical is not in the physical realm he appeals to. Okay, well, that's a contradiction in itself if you believe that everything came from the physical. How can you believe in the non-physical? Contradiction there. Second contradiction. Oh, I believe that 2 + 2 always equals 2. Oh, the next thing he says, well, nothing's never correct. Everything's always accidental. Well, then from your worldview, 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 2. So from this debate, I would say that Tyler fully lost. He didn't disprove how...
Worse than lost. I mean, this is like one of those self-deletion pods in Switzerland.
How morality isn't grounded in God. He had the affirmative position. He made no arguments to back up his affirmative position because he could be incorrect. There's no correctness within his worldview. Zero correctness at all. Nothing.
Yeah, we just have to wait for Tyler for his chemicals to produce an accidental response that might actually produce coherent sounds from his mouth that we accidentally call language. Well, yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait.
Nothing is correct. Matter of fact, he's probably not even a white man in his worldview.
That's right.
Probably think he black.
He actually does.
I think that he's 50 Cent. Not only.
You're half Japanese? That's the Down syndrome look. I was wondering, dude. I was like, no white guy actually looks just like that. And is Japanese a little different? I mean, wait, is my son gonna look like that? No. Don't think that way. Don't think that.
Only that, he also believes that an apple can change to an orange from his worldview, because it isn't always correct that the orange is an orange. It's accidental. And
Coco Show, Papa Shango, Power Dunk, totally racist, but
things evolve over time, so it can accidentally be that an orange can change to an apple. His worldview is nonsensical, and he made no justifications for logic, reason, or any of these transcendental categories at all. End of the debate.
Oh, snap. Does he? Cool. You need to start doing Stream Deck assets. You need the clip where all the black people are around? They're like, oh! You know what you need? A bunch of white people, though. Can we make that? I'm gonna get that, because I'm sick of them having that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take it. I'm going to feed that into like one of the AIs, right? And I want everybody to look like a proper, nice white. You know, you guys use your own ethnicity for that, okay? You take the original, let you have it. We'll get a white one. Maybe the Asians will get an Asian one. Oh! Damn!
The floor is yours, Tyler.
All right. Well, first of all, God bless you, Cooley, as always. So yeah, I'll just, Cooley said a lot. I'll leave it at that. The audience watch the debate. You guys can drive what you.
Can you be in it? That would be funny. I collect all your images and I plant you individually in the meme. Everyone's in khakis and like proper shorts and like they're all dressed up. Doesn't even make sense culturally.
You believe came from that. Obviously, I have my positions. Cooley's hits. We were mostly, I think, just restating what we think happened. So I'll leave you with like one more affirmative case that I think.
This guy's voice is rough,
shows
man.
it's not ground morality from God, and then I will leave it at that.
Why is that's it?
Cooley's ultimate position is that God's nature is good, and good is God. Therefore, basically, things are good. Good exists because of that. The issue with that argument, though, ultimately, is that there's two main possibilities from this. Basically, is God's nature good in virtue of God having it, which would just be another semblance of divine command theory. And
no, this is like a broken Euthyphro dilemma. What a mangled garbage pile this is.
Ultimately becomes arbitrary, because all you mean by good then is...
That's actually not even the proper formulation of the Euthyphro dilemma, which is a false dilemma, because it's like, is God's commands good because there is his commands, or is because they're from God or whatever? It's like, is the avocado pit a pit because it comes from an avocado, or is it in virtue of something else? It's like, no. Look at the category we're talking about. Morality. Morality is dealing with how people, beings with free will, because there's a lot of things included in morality. What's right, what's proper, what's good, what's moral, what's immoral. It's informing us on how people are, their thoughts, their actions. And so it totally makes sense that the standard for how people should be would be a type of people. Not a human necessarily, but a being, a person. It doesn't make sense other way around. So it's there's two options. Either morality exists and there's something actually truly right and wrong, and it's grounded in a being, which categorically makes sense, or it just doesn't exist. There's no alternative. It's not like, the collection of trees make up morality. No. Math, no. Science, no. Nothing like that.
Essentially, God's will or God's command, right? And that makes it arbitrary, and it could be anything. And the reason why I brought the thought experiment between world A and world B is because that if that's the true position to take of divine command, and you guys can look this up, of course, I always encourage you.
I don't even know what this guy's mumbling about, dude.
It's arbitrariness. And you're adding an extra metaphysical tact onto it, almost a metaphysical decoration to say, well, then therefore there's moral facts. Or you can take the alternative, which Cooley kind of did at the end, where he said that, well, in God's nature, he wouldn't allow for things like rape, murder, and theft. But what you're...
No. God's nature would allow things like that. What are you talking about? This is like the argument for evil, from evil, that they always they try to use on us. Terrible. Like, you know what I mean? So who was it? Epicurus? I think it was more than curious. That was a terrible argument. Now he's presented it differently back then, but today it's a really bad argument because it assumes something that's very important to not miss, and it's missed even with Christians, people who call themselves Christians, which is God's nature in his person, right? If God's nature is good, it doesn't actually follow that he stops all things that you don't like. There's no contradiction between God's nature being good and things happening that you don't like, even immoral things. It doesn't follow from the premises. Because that would mean that God, if his nature was good, he doesn't actually have a will to intervene or to suspend the activities or to stop anything at all. He actually wouldn't have he would just have to do things. This is why free will and morality go hand in hand, and that the only way to ground morality, being that it introduces free will, includes free will, and it includes things like personhood, not a pure mechanism. It includes a lot of things. It's all tied together. It's bundled together in a giant folder we call the Transcendental folder. Atheist position is like, it's not even just bad. It might be the worst because it really does start leaning toward accidentalism really quickly. And it's a disaster. And there's a trap under accidentalism. 26 minutes, 11 more ago, y'all. Let's get that 50 up, y'all. I gave you a good time today. Pay the man in black and white. I'm grayscale maxing. Yeah, this is it for me. I'm going to look max. I even went to the gym this morning with Meg Bob. We're back in it. Christmas is over. It's done. Back into health maxing. Part of that, I'm reestablishing my visuals on YouTube, and I've decided to go with black and white. I feel more at home in the black and white. Anyway, there's another trap here when you get someone to admit that accidentalism leads to you biting the bullet and saying, my own thinking is accidental. Now, there's another thing. Once you wreck them with that, there's another thing to wreck them with. I wonder if anyone in the chat knows what it is. What's the other thing in particular with the term accidentalism that you can use on the atheist who's arguing for it after you smash their possibility of knowledge? It's a really fun one. I like the connective tissue between these arguments. Quat Lockett. Speaking of connective tissue, one of my kids downloaded a game where you're like fixing people's feet and like you're popping like pimples and like you're grinding off like warts and stuff. And I think it's awesome. I just wish it was more realistic looking. Shoreline, thank you so much. Always a generous contributor over here. $10 gets me to 41, y'all. 9 left for all you freeloaders who are hanging out in the ghettos of Jortlandia. Pay up. Pay up. All right. The other aspect of this argument, accidentalism, because I try to give people an answer, is that accidentalism necessitates purpose. That's what's so wild about it. Now, I hope Cooley, I'll reach out to him and even give him this because it's really an added bonus. Accidentalism, there's no positive ontology of an accident without purpose. It's brutal. It really is brutal to their view. You watch them wiggle and work because they don't want purpose. That means responsibility. Purpose and responsibility go hand in hand. You're in the ghetto? Pay up. Yeah, pay up all your $2 chats, all you peasants. Shut up and take my money. Exactly. 8 more to go. Finish up the stream. We'll be back here at 7 p.m., 9 Eastern Standard Time, I think, for another epic Mormon debate. I'll make it nice and fun for y'all, okay? And I'm going to do it in black and white. Take that. Take that, you bunch of colorful jerks. Is that racist? If I call someone a colorful person, you're really colorful. So what did the perpetrator look like? He was colorful. Can you unblock your other account? Why? You got that account. What's your other account, Aaron? I don't even know. What is it called? How am I supposed to know you, man? What am I, a mind reader? Do I look like... am I dressed like a mind reader? Can you block my other account? I totally don't even... You don't even know who I am. You must know all of my accounts, though, right? Can you just block my other not the second one, the third one, the one with the 6 in it? Can you do that? Can you look into that? Fair, I owe you. Yeah, thank you, Kellen. Kellen Weller. Oh, you colorful. You're very colorful. Smoked tuna adding up gets me to 5 left, y'all. 44 left. Merry Christmas, blessed Theophany. Thank you, Vigo. God bless y'all. Yeah. Merry Christmas Eve to the old calendar folks. Tony's celebrating right now, probably somewhere. Speaking of, where do you guys like to go these days? I'm going to send you off on a little digital ferry. Send you out on a boat raft like you're a bunch of immigrants. I'm going to send you off to another island. And they're going to take care of you from now on. I can't promise what they're going to give you. Might be sludge. I don't know. I can't tell you. They might mistreat you. They might give you housing. It's out of my wheelhouse. Who we got here? Not many people. Who's Prime K's? Why do I even follow that channel? Trump kidnaps Maduro. Oh, the Thorpes. Essential YouTube stuff. The Thorpes. Dare me to transfer you to those goblins? Dare me to do that to you? Orthodox apologists, you should check out Noibody. Is he live? Noibody. Nobody knows. Murdoch, $20 if your Mormon opponent tries to claim Christianity by good fruits. Will you point out that the argument is rooted in the Luciferian concept of exaltation, which promotes the same vainglory they're exhibiting as goodness? Yeah, I could look into that. Essentially, when people say good fruits also, Murdoch, I simply ask, well, what's the normative authority for determining good fruits? They have to point to, maybe at best to scripture, but that's a decent angle too. Schweitz, $5 buckaroos, and Candace Mac, not Candace Owens, $10. Great show, and I'm cool with being called colorful. Okay, I'm gonna call you colorful. Oh, you're so colorful. Send us to Tahiti. Do not Thorpe us? No, I would never. It's tempting. It's like a fun troll. Like if I was ever really, really grumpy, which is it's not often I'm grumpy on screen, I might do that to you. And I wouldn't tell you, though. That's for sure. I certainly wouldn't tell you. Who the heck should public schools be allowed? Who is Prime K's? That I like sometimes going to new people. Let me see. Prime K's. What are they up to? Prime K's? Are they opposition? What does that mean? What does it even mean, Prime K's? I could send you to Penal Sin. No, that looks ridiculous, man. You know what? Penal Sin is live. He's a good sport. I mean, he's a total nerd, but whatever. It's fun. Does he even allow it? Planet Penal Sin? Come on, dude. Doesn't even allow it. What a putz. Loser. Well, you just missed out, Peterson. You were about to get look, you want opposition, right, Peterson? I was about to give you 500 people that likely the large majority of are oppositional to you, Peterson. Someone go tell them. My other account is IC_job_XC. It's almost like you don't deserve to be unblocked. I mean, who comes up with these? Who puts underscore in their name? Like that's going to be easier for people. Cotel? Is it Cotel? Church. Is he live? He does a lot of pre-made stuff lately. Is it live? Are we live? Yeah, I'll do that. You guys are going over there. Someplace good. You don't want to watch? Yeah, I don't want to watch him either. That's why I would have left you at that point. This was a great stream. Thank you, Shino. I appreciate that. If you're listening to this after the fact, please consider being a member. Also consider sending in Bob chats. If you get the stuff after and you can't participate in the live chat and you want to contribute, You could do that a number of ways. Get yourself a membership or send a BobChat, bobchats.com. Send in a personalized note to me. It'll be read on stream. And that's a great way to support if you're one of those people who watches after you have a day job and you watch in the evening or something. You could also go to madebijimbob.com and get yourself some books or anything else that's up on the merch site. That helps as well. So if you mute atheist prattle, can we all call that genetic mutation? Yes. No, that's not a word concept fallacy. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later tonight at the debate. Yes, I will have beer in hand and make it a fun night for all of you. In the meantime, enjoy Cotel and shout out to Cooley for the exquisite beatdown he gave that androgynous slug worm. God bless y'all. Goodbye. Na na ni na 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 ni na ni. Money mama ya ya. Mini mana mana hakuma yama 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 hakiyama mayama umi mi yama oma. Yummy, 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 yummy.